This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, C-311. Did you know live Senate video is now available at youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. Senate Committee Room, C-311. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, C-311. Did you know live Senate video is now available at youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia? Senate Committee Room, C-311. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, C-311. Did you know live Senate video is now available at youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia.
And before we turn to our agenda, I want to thank President Pratt and her team for hosting us here today at the North Virginia Community College campus in Alexandria. I want her and her team to stand so we can acknowledge them. Thank you so much. I'd also like the members of the subcommittee to introduce themselves so you will know who to ask questions of. Starting on my far right.
Madam Chair, good morning. My name is Mark Obenshain. I live in beautiful downtown Lacey Spring, Virginia, in the Shenandoah Valley, represent the 2nd Senate District, which is Central Shenandoah Valley.
My immediate left.
My name is Creed Deeds. I live in Charlottesville, represent the 11th Senate District.
I'm Mimi Locke. I represent the 23rd Senate District, which is the city of Hampton and part of the city of Newport News.
Scott Servell, represent the 34th Senate District, which is Eastern Fairfax County, basically everything between the Potomac River and I-95.
Thank you, members. Additionally, I want to advise you that they have provided us with additional information about their Nova Nets program. This innovative program is helping workers transition their skills to new jobs, and this includes displaced federal workers, and contractors. The program includes free classes and career-related workshops. Information about this program has been included in your folders, and thank you to President Crest and her staff for providing us with this information. Again, we thank you. Turning now to our agenda, first up this morning, we have Robert McNabb, the Chair of the Department of Economics at Old Dominion University. He will be discussing the U.S. and Virginia economic conditions. He will be followed by Austin Reed, a Federal Affairs Advisor with the National Conference of State Legislatures, who will discuss a federal policy update. Then our agenda will conclude with a staff presentation on an overview of federal funding and related 2025 session actions. Before we begin, I do want to reiterate that this subcommittee was established to thoughtfully follow what is happening at the federal level so that we know how it will impact our budget. We've also been concerned about impacts to Virginia, whether they are part of the federal workforce or related contractors, or more generally, on what impacts tariffs will or might have on the cost of goods and ultimately inflation. In Virginia, we have a balanced budget, so we must plan ahead. We have made significant budgetary progress in a number of areas, including education, and I do not want to see this progress reversed because of federal action. I have also asked staff to remind you about the immediate relief that we provided so far for hardworking Virginians this morning. The subcommittee will continue to monitor and receive updates throughout the year, and for the public that would like to provide us with comments, written comments are being accepted through the link on our agenda through May 21st. With that said, I turn now over to Professor McNabb.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, members of the subcommittee. My name is Bob McNabb. I am from Old Dominion University. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present today to talk about economic conditions in the United States and more specifically, Virginia. If we think about the data that we have essentially three types of data before us: lagging indicators, contemporaneous indicators, and forward-looking indicators. One of the most common lagging indicators of economic performance is gross domestic product. Gross domestic product, as you know, is an estimate of the value of final goods and services produced in the nation or state or locality in a specific period of time. As you are well aware, in the first quarter of this year, the nation's real gross domestic product, that is GDP after controlling for inflation, declined slightly, mainly due to a 40+ percent increase year over year in imports as importers attempted to avoid the imposition of significantly increased tariffs, particularly on goods imported from China. That led to an increase in inventories. Those inventories will be depleted over the coming weeks and months, as we have seen forward-looking container volumes bookings decline. That is, if you think of reservations for containers on ships, those are still down by double digits year over year, which means we have an upcoming supply chain shock that will materialize in the late summer and fall unless we see a return to normalcy with regards to tariffs internationally. With regards to Virginia, real gross domestic product and nominal, that is with inflation, remains lagged considerably just because of the data gathering process. Virginia had a very strong 2024 and ended 2024 on a high note in the fourth quarter, with real gross domestic product increasing more than 3%. This had positioned Virginia quite well for 2025. And our forecast at the beginning of 2025 was that Virginia and the United States would grow by at least 2.5% if there were no substantial changes to federal trade, immigration, tax, or expenditure policy. Obviously, those assumptions no longer hold. And thus we have to ask ourselves, entering into 2025, what was the performance of the Virginia economy relative to the United States economy? And it used to be the story that in the 80s, 90s, and into the 2000s, that Virginia typically outperformed the United States. It entered recessions slower than the United States, came out of them faster than the United States. However, after the Great Recession, and if you might recall the budget sequestration in the early 2010s and subsequent modifications to the Budget Control Act of 2011, we saw the performance of the Virginia economy slow relative to that of the U.S. economy. After COVID, the U.S. and the Virginia economy roughly performed at the same pace, ending up at the same point at the end of 2024. If we think about another lagging indicator of economic performance, that would be the civilian labor force. That is individuals over the age of 16 who are actively employed or looking for employment. You could see in the United States prior to the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, the civilian labor force was approximately 164.5 million people, dipped, of course, during the COVID-19 pandemic. And then we've had a remarkable recovery in the civilian labor force that has continued into 2025. We see similarly that the individual employment, that individuals reporting to the Bureau of Labor Statistics that they were gainfully employed in the reference service survey week, was approximately 159 million prior to the onset of the pandemic, dipped more significantly, but then recovered as well. In the latest data in April 2025, we see that approximately 164 million Americans reported that they were gainfully employed. In Virginia, we see a similar pattern, although we've seen weakening in the Virginia labor market in 2025. While the U.S. data is through April, the Virginia data is lagged through March. However, we've seen slowing in the March data, not only in the civilian labor force, that is people looking for work or actively engaged in work, but also individual employment. We've also seen year-over-year increases in initial unemployment claims and year-over-year increases in continued unemployment claims, which is more worrisome for me because continued unemployment claims represents the stock of individuals who are unemployed looking for work but cannot find it. And that stock of unemployed individuals is increasing in Virginia. If we think about the performance of Virginia relative to the United States, you can see that Virginia has slightly outperformed the United States post-COVID. That is, we look at the performance of the red line relative to the blue line. And however, while the U.S. continued to grow in the latest data through March, you see again the dip, very small, but the beginning perhaps of a trend, especially given the reductions in federal employment concentrated in Northern Virginia, D.C., and Maryland, that could become much more pronounced as we move forward. And then the question is, what does the labor market look overall from the perspective of employers nationally and in Virginia? One complaint from employers has been that they cannot find the right employee for the right job at the right time. If we look relative to the peak of job openings, the blue line, there were 12.1 million job openings in the United States at the peak in late 2021, early 2022. We have seen a substantial decline in job openings nationally, so that there were approximately 7.2 million job openings in March 2025. However, if we place that in context, that would still be a historic number of job openings pre-COVID. So employers want to hire, but they have been unable to fill all the open positions. And if we look at job quits, because job quits are a sign of whether people feel they're able to quit their job and move on to another, you can see that the number of job quits is actually lower than it was prior to the onset of COVID-19. This suggests that people in jobs are becoming more reluctant to enter the labor market because of fears of increasing unemployment. If we look at Virginia, the story repeats itself here. We can see that Virginia's job openings peaked in late 2021 into 2022. The number of job openings in Virginia in the latest data in February was 228,000, slightly above what we would have seen prior to the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. Also, we've seen job quits slow in Virginia as well, mirroring the national trend. Two things are happening here. First, nationally and Virginia, we see the number of job openings starting to decline and returning to pre-COVID structural means, but also we're seeing job quits decline, which means that individuals are becoming more and more reluctant to quit their jobs and seek new employment elsewhere. So let's talk about more contemporaneous measures of economic performance. Of course, we've heard inflation. Inflation is the year-over-year change in the price of a basket of goods measured by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. One way to think about the inflationary shock that hit the United States in 2001, 2022 was a combination of supply chain shocks from the COVID-19 pandemic and also trillions of dollars of fiscal and monetary stimulus in response to the pandemic and associated shutdowns in 2020 that were mostly alleviated by 2022. So you had fewer goods and more money chasing goods, resulting in an increase in prices on average. If we think about this in the historical context, 9% inflation, if we compare it to that experienced in the 70s and 80s, would have not been unheard of. However, U.S. consumers and businesses were used to relative price stability. If you look at the performance of the U.S. economy and you think about price stability in the decade prior to the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, the red line measuring core inflation, that is without food and fuel prices, was relatively stable, averaging 2%. That allowed businesses and consumers to forward plan for consumption and investment. A sudden transitory shock in inflation means that uncertainty increases, consumers and businesses become more myopic. The Federal Reserve increased the interest rates as a consequence. It started to tighten the money supply. We've seen that headline inflation came down to 2.3% in the latest data, mostly driven by significant falls in gasoline and grocery prices. And that core inflation, however, still remains stubborn at 2.8%. And this mirrors the Federal Reserve's preferred gauge of personal consumption expenditures index, which again is above 2%. And so if we think of the Federal Reserve has a dual mandate of price stability and also encouraging job growth. And in this environment, typically we would see the Federal Reserve, especially with signs that the economy is slowing, start to think more aggressively about lowering the discount rate and easing monetary policy. But as we'll talk, that is not happening at this point in time. But then why are consumers still complaining about inflation? And last year's Pew survey of consumers, more than 45% said that the inflation was the #1 financial concern. In this year's survey, more than 25% of consumers said that inflation was #1 financial concern. Because the way consumers encounter inflation is not by the blue line, the year-over-year change in prices. They experience the cumulative change in prices, that is the red line. In other words, if you walk into the grocery store and you remember prices pre-2020 and you are shocked by the prices have increased significantly, you're experiencing cumulative change in prices. And so from a psychological perspective, consumers feel poorer even though on average wage gains have outpaced inflation since 2019. If we think about the impact of tariffs, the impact of tariffs, first of all, is uncertainty because we have seen no certainty with regard to tariff announcements. We've seen tariff announcements. We've seen tariff announcements pulled back. We've seen changes in tariff rates and schedules. And this creates uncertainty in the economy. This feeds through to consumers. We've seen the largest increase in inflationary expectations in the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment Survey, and that's mirrored by the red line. So you could see, even though inflation has decelerated significantly from the peak in 2022, consumers, when faced with daily announcements with regards to tariffs and tariff announcements and negotiations and retractions, are now saying that they expect inflation next year to be above 7%. That is shocking in terms of a change. That can materialize in actual inflation because if consumers are becoming increasingly myopic, that is short-sighted with regards to economic sentiment, and if they're becoming increasingly myopic with regards to forward-looking conditions, they can start what? Asking for higher wages, expecting higher wages from producers. Producers will forward feed that through negotiations, and it becomes sort of a cost push in terms of economic conditions. If you expect things to get worse, you behave like they're getting worse, and they become worse. And one way to think about this is to imagine the position of the Federal Reserve and imagine the position we are with regards to previous interest rate cycles. The blue line measures the change in U.S. bond yields, 10-year treasuries, after the Federal Reserve announces its first discount rate cut of a cycle. So at 0 is when the Federal Reserve announces and implements a 25 or 50%, a 50 basis point cut to the discount rate. You could see the blue line trends downward to 0 and continues to trend downward because the Federal Reserve is reducing the discount rate in an anticipation of deteriorating economic conditions. Markets price this in before the actual policy change and then continue the price in forward-looking discount rate changes. In other words, markets say things are getting worse. We're going to expect the Federal Reserve to reduce interest rates. We're thus going to see the yields on U.S. Treasuries decline as a result. This cycle is different. And in this cycle, what we've seen is after the Federal Reserve announced its first discount rate cut, interest rates continued to climb on tariff announcements and remained approximately 100 basis points above the average in previous cycles. This places the Federal Reserve in a quandary because it cannot, with yields rising and continuing to rise on the downgrade of U.S. debt, it cannot lower the discount rate because consumers and businesses are expecting inflation to increase. The Federal Reserve expects inflation to increase because of increases in tariffs. And bond markets are signaling that economic conditions and risk of holding U.S. Treasuries is worse. So the Federal Reserve is stuck between a rock and a hard place because if it cuts the discount rate, it fears stoking inflation. And if it holds the discount rate high as the same or higher, it increases unemployment in a economy where we're starting to see, especially in Virginia, economic conditions worse. The word we typically say is stagflation. And we're starting to see it materialize in the data, even though the stock market would disagree. Now, one way to think about this is to ask consumers what they say about the economy. This is mirrored not only in the University of Michigan survey, it's also from the Federal Reserve survey from New York. It's also in the Institute of Supply Manufacturing survey. It's also replicated in Federal Reserve manufacturing surveys across several districts. What we've seen is a marked decline in consumer sentiment over the last 6 months. In other words, consumers are looking at the economy and they're saying things are getting worse and we expect things to get the worse. And if you look within the data and you look at this by political affiliation, you see while one party may say things are gotten a lot worse and another party has said, well, things are a lot better, even at the end of the day, both parties in terms of political affiliation when asked about future economic conditions say they're starting to deteriorate. So what we're seeing here mirrored across several surveys is the same thing. Individuals and businesses are saying the economy is in a worse position now than it was at the end of 2024, and they expect economic conditions to be even worse next year. So what are the impacts on Virginia that we need to consider? Well, first of all, in terms of the gross number of federal employees, Virginia has the third largest number of federal employees amongst the states, not including the District of Columbia, of course, in the graph. And if we think about this, we need to think about the distribution of Virginia's gross domestic product. Where does economic activity occur in Virginia? Not surprisingly, most of the economic activity in the Commonwealth is concentrated in the urban crescent defined by Northern Virginia, Richmond, and Hampton Roads. And if we think about federal spending and federal employment in Virginia, it should not be a surprise that Northern Virginia, Hampton Roads, and Richmond have the largest concentration of federal civilian employees as well. So we see a Virginia economy that has significant interdependencies with the federal government, not only in terms of spending, but also federal civilian employment. And one of the arguments that may have been out there is that federal civilian employees who are displaced can easily find jobs in the private sector. But we have to recognize that federal civilian employees typically are older and more educated than that median private sector employee, more skilled, and thus earn compensation that is higher than private sector compensation. One way to think about this, looking at the ratio of federal civilian wages to private sector wages, is that in Winchester, the average federal civilian employee in Winchester earns 1.8 times the private sector wage. And in Hampton Roads, it's 1.6 times. Another way to think about this, across Virginia as a whole, the average federal civilian wage is 1.6 times the private sector wage. So for every federal civilian job lost in the Commonwealth, you need 1.6 private sector jobs to make up the lost wages. And that doesn't even include federal benefits, including pension and insurance. Another way to think about this is to also look at the concentration of military employment in Virginia. And Virginia is known for veterans. Virginia is known for having a significant military presence in Northern Virginia and in Hampton Roads. And if we look at the distribution, we could see, yes, the Navy dominates this, especially in Hampton Roads with NSA Norfolk, the shipyards, et cetera. But the Army, the Marine Corps, the Air Force, and especially the Fourth Estate DoD civilians have a large presence in Virginia as well. And so changes to force structure and changes to federal civilian employment can have a significant impact, not only through the channel of civilians, but also if, for example, a carrier battle group is repositioned to the West Coast, or we see significant changes in weapon system procurement, those would feed through the force levels as well for Virginia, and something to consider. And if we remember the distribution of economic activity in Hampton Roads, it should be no surprise that the distribution of military employment mirrors that as well, though more concentrated in Hampton Roads than Northern Virginia. In other words, we see a state that has a significant role in national security, a significant role in the operation of the federal government, and changes in federal government spending and employment will trickle through to the state economy. Another way to think about this, in closing with regards to a perspective, is to look at how much money a state receives and how much money it sends to the federal government. The Rockefeller Institute does this analysis on a yearly basis. The latest data is through 2022. In the upper left-hand quadrant are states with lower than average median household income for the United States, but receive more money than they send the federal government. So, for example, New Mexico, Mississippi, West Virginia, all receive more than $2 from the federal government than what they send in terms of taxes to the federal government. In the lower right-hand quadrant are states with higher than U.S. median household income and actually send more to the federal government than they receive the federal government. So if you think about states that may be vulnerable to changes in federal government policy with regards to expenditure, then you would say it would be states above the horizontal line. And in the right-hand quadrant, we have states with median household income that are higher than median household income in the United States, but receive more from the federal government in terms of expenditures and transfers than they send to the federal government in terms of income and corporate taxes. You can see that where Virginia is there. And if we think about vulnerability, you have a state with higher levels of median household income, some of which is derived from federal civilian employment and also military employment and also federal government spending, then Virginia is obviously, much like Maryland, in a significant position where changes in federal government spending policy can impact its economy as well. To sum this all up in the short time I have is that economic data continues to lag policy. We've seen changes in policy happening on a weekly, if not daily, basis. Forward-looking container bookings, as I mentioned in the beginning, are still down year over year, especially with regards to traffic from China. That means in the coming months, we cannot make up that lag, right? These are not ships that are standing at idle. If you decide to not send containers to the United States, they're going to be used to send containers elsewhere. So if demand for the United States picks up, those ships are not available. You built in a shock to the system. And so we should see, as inventories deplete, prices will rise and shortages will increase in the summer and fall months. The question is whether the supply chain can rush back in if tariffs are lowered to mitigate that from being an outsized supply chain shock like 2020. We've seen positive news, but again, I caution you, the economic data continues to lag. The April job report was positive, but if you look at when the survey reference was, and then if you look at changes in terms of expectations, we'll start to see more materialization of the impact of tariffs in May and into the summer months. The Federal Reserve Beige Book is full of anecdotes of how tariffs are changing supply costs, increasing the uncertainty, lowering capital expenditures, and also lowering planned hiring. These are anecdotes, obviously, responses to survey questions, and typically we all know, especially if you're a professor, that the people that are most disgruntled are the ones that will answer the opinion surveys from students and also employers. But if you get enough of mass of these, at some point in time, the anecdotes become data and the data becomes true. And this is a warning sign we all should be concerned about. So Virginia is relatively vulnerable to changes in federal government policy. Reductions in federal employment will reduce withholdings to the state in the coming months. Persistent tariffs are going to lower traffic through the Port of Virginia in the coming months. The question is whether or not the policy remains as is, or whether those policy changes continue to trend back to where we were at the beginning of 2025. However, my prognosis, if I'm to offer opinion, is that at the end of the day, we will no longer be able to achieve more than 2% growth in 2025. It would not be surprised if we see a downturn in jobs and individual employment this year, with GDP growth less than 1% for Virginia. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor McNabb. Are there any questions of Professor McNabb at this point? Thank you so much for your presentation.
Not a problem. Anytime.
I'd like to acknowledge the presence of one of our colleagues I see in the audience, Senator McPike. Can you stand up and be recognized? Thank you. And who else is here? I also see Senator Srinivasan. Please stand to be recognized. Thank you. Now we will turn the mic over to Austin Reed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, everyone. My name is Austin Reed. I am a federal affairs advisor for the National Conference of State Legislatures. We are a nonpartisan organization that works in a bipartisan manner, representing all of the state legislatures in all the states and territories in the United States. Today, I have the pleasure of briefing you on three really important topics related to what's happening in Congress, the federal government, and education in particular. So first, I'm going to start with an update on budget reconciliation, that vehicle that's moving through Congress currently, and updates are happening just as we speak. Then I'm going to explain how budget reconciliation may implicate how it implicates federal education policy and how that might have an impact, a state fiscal impact here in Virginia. And then I also want to take some time to summarize the administrative actions that we've seen on education that may also, again, have some level of impact on the state fiscal context. I don't think my slides are working, but I can kind of move forward there. I'll just get into it and then we'll see if the slides catch up with me. The first thing we're going to talk about is budget reconciliation. And I want to start with just a little bit of a 101 on what budget reconciliation is. It is a privileged legislative vehicle in the U.S. Congress that can typically be used only once per fiscal year. What makes it privileged is that it allows the Senate to pass the legislation with a simple majority. Typically, 60 votes would be required in the Senate to overcome a legislative filibuster. In this case, in budget reconciliation, you only need a simple majority. But because it's a privileged vehicle, it also faces some level of restriction. So it is limited in scope in three key ways. So a budget reconciliation bill can only affect tax revenues. It can affect federal revenues. It can lower the federal deficit. It can raise the federal deficit, but it can only deal with revenues that come from the mandatory spending side. So programs that come from the mandatory spending side that we'll talk about today, Medicaid, SNAP benefits, student loan program, But many of the programs that are funded by the federal government on an annual basis are through discretionary spending, and discretionary spending programs are not implicated in budget reconciliation. So as it relates to the Department of Education, the U.S. Department of Education, a vast majority of, if not 95+% of those funds are appropriated on an annual basis through the discretionary appropriations process. So programs like Title I and IDEA cannot be implicated by budget reconciliation typically. And then the final thing that a reconciliation bill can implicate is the federal debt limit. So it can raise or, I guess, ostensibly lower the federal debt limit. One particular thing about budget reconciliation is it is time bound. So typically the changes can take place over a budget window that can go up to 10 years. So the policies that are enacted are in some senses temporary because they can only raise or lower the federal debt over a specified time frame. And in this case, for most reconciliation packages, that's about 10 years. And then finally, because this bill does not requires only a simple majority in the Senate, the kinds of policies that can be passed through cannot be of a policy nature. So in other words, they have to pass what's known as the Byrd Rule after the West Virginia Senator Robert Byrd, which means that any policies that pass through have to have a direct budget impact. And if they relate to anything that's deemed an extraneous matter or a policy that's not related to the federal budget, then it is typically disallowed by the Senate parliamentarian. During the legislative process, the members of Congress and the staff figure out whether or not certain provisions would violate the Byrd Rule, and then they make their case before the Senate parliamentarian to determine whether or not that policy meets the rules. So there you go, a nice summary of the four key aspects of budget reconciliation. It's a privileged vehicle. It is limited in scope. It is time bound, and the policies that are passed through that process have to be germane to the budget. Here is a little bit of a roadmap for how this process works. We'll get that up here in a second. But essentially, the first part of the process is that the Congress comes together and they agree on a budget resolution saying that they intend to pursue the reconciliation process during that particular fiscal year. Then both the House and the Senate come together and create what's called budget resolution instructions. And those instructions essentially give an overall number that each chamber determines could raise or lower the federal deficit. And then within that those set of instructions, they also provide instructions to each of the relevant committees, designating them a certain amount of funding that they can raise or lower the federal deficit by. So both chambers pass their resolutions. They then have to reconcile those resolutions. And once they've reconciled those resolutions, those budget instructions, here we go, they then move on to the actual part of the legislation process, which is where we're at right now. So once those instructions are given to the committees, those committees then work amongst themselves to determine the suite of policy proposals that will ultimately meet those instructions. Sometimes they meet those instructions, sometimes they don't. And again, those instructions can allow a committee to increase the federal deficit or lower the federal deficit. So where we stand right now is that the House committees have received their instructions. They have proposed and passed out of committee marked up answers to those instructions. And at the present moment, the House is trying to determine whether or not the full package of those committees' bills will ultimately make it out of the House. And I'll give you a little bit of update around that. Then once the House is finished with their work, that moves over to the Senate. The Senate repeats that process, and then they have to come back together to figure out and reconcile those two different proposals and ultimately pass those through those two chambers and then off to the president's desk. Here are the instructions that we've seen in both the House and the Senate budget resolutions. They are very different. You might think of the House's instructions as sort of a ceiling for cuts, and the Senate's budget resolution as more of a floor for cuts. So on the House side of things, the House is permitted to, in total, add to the federal deficit by about $2.8 trillion over a 10-year budget window. That would include up to $4 trillion plus in the extension of tax cuts. but that would then be offset by a variety of reductions from three key committees. The first being that the Energy and Commerce Committee is instructed to find up to $880 billion in savings. That would largely happen through the Medicaid program. The House Education and Workforce Committee, as we'll talk about, was given instructions to find up to $330 billion in savings, and agriculture has about $230 billion in savings that it's been instructed to find. But in contrast, the Senate has a very different set of instructions. So it is allowed to raise the federal deficit by about $5.8 trillion, and most of that is allowed through the full cost of various tax cut measures. You notice in contrast to the House proposal, they have far less that they are required to reduce the federal deficit by. In fact, actually, all the commensurate committees to the House, the Senate instructions for those committees would require them to cut about $1.5 billion in funding each. So the gap between, say, the education committees in the House and the Senate is a range of cuts from $1.5 billion all the way up to $330 billion. So there's quite a gap there. And I guess these budget reconciliation packet or instructions were passed in a way to sort of give Congress a fair amount of room to maneuver as they figure out what exactly they intend to pass in their final bill. So I want to give you just a quick, high-level overview of how the House committees have acted on the instructions they were given. So these were the bills that came out after the markups that took place over the last couple of weeks. In a little bit, we're going to go into much greater detail on the education and workforce package, but I just want to give a really high-level overview of the really key committee actions that I think are relevant to states, in particular relevant to education either directly or tangentially. So the Education and Workforce Committee met its instructions. In fact, it found estimated savings of about $350 billion over 10 years. This would largely implicate federal financial aid by placing new student loan limits, reforming the repayment plans that student borrowers use to pay back the federal government. It would implement some level of accountability into higher education, and it would make a few different changes to Pell Grant eligibility. Of course, the big thing that people are watching in states in particular is the activity in the Energy and Commerce Committee. This is where most of the Medicaid conversations are taking place. At least the first, the bill that passed out of committee last week, which is probably going to get changed within the next few days, did find up to $625 billion in savings through the Medicaid program. This would largely be found over 10 years through increased work requirements, and it would also limit state provider taxes, which states use to offset some of the costs of these funds. One of the CBO estimates, there have been numerous CBO estimates, there could be another one that came out as we speak, which suggests that with these changes, there could be a loss of about 10 million Medicaid enrollees, as well as 8 million more losing their insurance coverage through the Medicaid and related programs. Over in the Agriculture Committee, they found about $300 billion in funding cuts, largely through the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, the SNAP program. This would implement a cost sharing for states for the first time that would be based on the error repayment rates that states have when they're processing SNAP benefits. And then finally, most of the costs of this bill come through the extension of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act from 2017. There are some other tax provisions that have been included in the Ways and Means package, including extending the child tax credit. There's a few aspects that relate to education that I'll get into a little more detail later, but there are now tax credits for scholarship contributions. There's expanded 529 plan uses, as well as there's an increase to the private college endowment tax. So again, these are the main pieces of legislation that you would want to pay attention to if you are interested in what Congress is doing on education spending right now. So what's next? This is a very fluid and dynamic process. I put these slides together on Friday night, and at the time, the House Budget Committee was considering all of the enrolled bills that had been passed out of the committee after markups. They passed that on Sunday evening, maybe even Monday morning. They met at 10 p.m. on Sunday evening. So now where we sit is that the House, that package moves to the House Rules Committee. The House Rules Committee is meeting at 1 a.m. Wednesday morning, so that would be more or less tonight, to determine whether or not they pass the Budget Committee's proposal, the full package, onto the House floor. Now, there's a lot of questions around what's actually going to make it onto the House floor, which will be determined over the next 24 hours or more. I understand that President Trump is visiting congressional Republicans this morning to work on negotiating some of the sticking points that they have in that. One thing to know in terms of process is that the Budget Committee can only vote up or down on the instructions or the acted they can only vote up or down on the bills that pass out of the individual committees. But in the House Rules Committee, that is where there can be amendments to the existing package. And so even though the bill is passed out of the House Committee, there's an opportunity to potentially change that bill before it goes to the House floor. At some point, it will go to the House floor. If it makes it off of the House floor, then the Senate will repeat the process with its own measures. So the committees, individual committees will meet the instructions that'll then get sent through the Senate process. And then at some point later, the House and the Senate will have to reconcile their differences. In terms of timeline, the average reconciliation timeline from the resolution to final passage is about 185 days. For context, when Republicans last had control of both chambers and passed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017, that process took, I believe, until from early January of that year until December of that year. So that was more of an 11-month process. One thing to note in terms of timeline here is that the congressional Republicans have decided to raise the debt limit through the reconciliation package, and we are approaching the federal debt limit fairly rapidly. I believe Treasury Secretary Bessent said within the last few weeks that they expect to meet the debt limit X date, which would be the date of default, by around mid-August, although I've heard that maybe they can extend that date out until mid-October. But that is sort of functioning as the deadline for Congress to pass this reconciliation package. In terms of additional timelines, the House has said that they want to have their work done by Memorial Day. I think there's some questions about whether or not they'll be able to get that done, and they may continue to work past Memorial Day, and then it moves over into the Senate. I believe that maybe the anticipated timeline from the Senate's about the 4th of July, but again, these are very fluid. These are very probably ambitious timelines, and they can change at any moment, but that debt limit date is potentially a hard deadline, and so that's going to cause increased pressure for a bill to get done beyond just the general urgency within the chambers. In terms of political state of play over in the House, the thing to watch is that there is a delicate balance, given the thin margins in the House, between the moderate caucus of the Republican Party and what is commonly referred to as the hardliners, the fiscal hawks, or the fiscal conservatives that are a part of that caucus. Essentially, the negotiations lie on trying to see whether or not they can appease both sides of those caucuses, because if they lose any amount of moderates or lose any amount of those fiscal conservatives, they cannot pass a bill, which I believe is why the president is meeting up in Congress this morning. Some of the sticking points right now are that the fiscal conservatives want to see actually increased cuts from the Medicaid program. They are insisting on changes to the FMAP in Medicaid. They're also insisting on moving up some of the work requirements that would increase the speed of the reduction of the federal cost in Medicaid. They're also interested in speeding up some of the phase out of some tax credits from the Inflation Reduction Act related to clean energy. The moderates have all said that they oppose all of those changes. They also, some set of moderates, particularly blue state Republicans, are also dissatisfied with where things stand on raising the state and local taxation caps, the SALT caps within the tax package. And so they are hoping that is raised to appease their constituents. But again, that raising of the SALT caps would impose a cost. And so some of the fiscal conservatives have come back and said, well, you should figure out how to pay for that. So they need to figure out those differences. They're figuring out those differences as we speak. And again, it doesn't, I think if the package that's before the House Rules Committee were unamended, it seems in doubt whether or not it could pass tonight. But again, there could be some changes that may push that over the line, or maybe some political pressure will move that forward. That's over in the House theater. The Senate we're waiting on, but there's a lot of signals out of the Senate that you can expect significant differences from the House measures. So a number of senators have raised some concerns around drastic changes to Medicaid. I would expect that the House Senate Help Committee, which oversees education, will have a different take on how to reform higher education. So again, the House will pass their bills, and then the Senate will work on theirs, and they could look very different. And at some point then, both chambers will have to come together and figure out how they're going to reconcile their differences on their approaches to this legislation. The other thing that's worth knowing, and this is a little bit in the weeds, but there's a debate on how this legislation is scored. In other words, what is its cost to the federal deficit over time? There's some debate in the Senate on whether they use the current law baseline or a current policy baseline. And essentially, because of the tax credits that they're trying to extend through this bill are technically going to expire. They're not counted against the federal deficit. If they use the current law baseline, which says the current law that those tax cuts end, then they would project that all the tax extensions would add to the federal deficit by a certain amount. But if they use it as the current policy baseline and saying they're just continuing on current policy, then they would potentially be able to score that as having no impact against the federal deficit. And so the fiscal score would be much less, and maybe that would provide some level of cover for either a lack of reductions or even increased tax credits. So that's where we sit on reconciliation. Now I want to talk about some of the state fiscal impacts of federal education actions. We'll return to reconciliation and just do a little bit more of a deep dive on what the House has at least passed and proposed related to education. The House package that passed out of the Education and Workforce Committee and is being considered as part of the full package is colloquially known as the Student Success and Taxpayer Savings Plan. Again, it found about $350 billion in savings over 10 years. It does that through 4 primary ways. One, it changes Pell eligibility in a few different ways. First, it actually allows students to cover short-term workforce programs, so it expands coverage in that way. But then it potentially reduces eligibility by raising the amount of credits that a student has to take to be considered full-time with regard to the Pell Grant. It also eliminates eligibility for the Pell Grant for students that are attending less than half-time, and so it finds some savings there. But it also funds the shortfall in the Pell Grant program over the course of 10 years. On student loan limits, this is a slightly more consequential and a larger cost savings. I think the aggregate CBO estimates on the savings through changing student loan limits is about, I think, $50 billion over 10 years. Let me see if I have my notes right. Yeah, $51 billion over 10 years. It does this through a few ways. One, it changes the loan limits that are given to undergraduates. So it moves from annual capped loan or borrowing for undergraduate borrowers and moves it towards loan limits that are based on the median program costs across all programs. So there's some debate on whether or not this has a substantial change for students. Right now, for example, a sophomore can borrow up to $5,500 a year through the student loan program if they were able to borrow against the median cost of borrowing. In some cases, they may be able to borrow more than that. But there's not a lot of great data outside of maybe one study that was done last year on the exact impacts of this, but it does seem to be, the cost savings may be less so than some of the other changes. Where it is big is that this would allow for graduate programs to actually have borrowing caps for the first time. So currently under the Grad Plus program, under which most graduate students borrow, allows borrowers to borrow up to the cost of attendance, which is set by the institutions. In this case, the borrowing caps would be set at $100,000 for graduate students and then $150,000 for professional students. And then you would see that Grad Plus program as well as the Parent Plus program eliminated. Now, where this proposal finds most of its savings is through student loan repayment reform. The total cost estimate of savings from this set of reforms is about $300 billion. And essentially what it would do is it would replace all existing student loan plans with 2 options. One, a standard repayment plan, which would allow borrowers, in contrast to current plans, to make payments over a longer period of time. And then it would introduce a new repayment assistance plan, which would be an evolution of the existing plans that allow students to pay back based on their income. But it would also, for the first time, relative to some of the existing plans, would allow borrowers to receive any of their unpaid student loans to be, at least the interest to be subsidized. And there's a mechanism which allows borrowers to pay down their principal at a faster rate, but it would eliminate all the other existing programs that are there. And then finally, and potentially consequentially, it would introduce loan repayment accountability for the first time. At a very high level, it would introduce something called risk sharing, which essentially requires institutions of all kinds to pay back the federal government based on a portion of their graduates' unpaid student loans. And then it would take those funds in part and redistribute them through a program called the Promise Grant Program that would provide additional funds to institutions that agree to tuition guarantees and some other levels of performance-based funding. Of course, that's one part. That's the education-related portion of the bills. But then, of course, the potential cost shifts to states through Medicaid and SNAP could pose the most serious threats to education funding in the states. Again, any cost shifts could increase the fiscal pressure on state education spending. And of course, with regard to Medicaid, it is the fourth largest federal funding stream for K-12 schools at about $7.5 billion annually. A couple other tax changes in the education realm just to know. One, it would increase the private college endowment excise tax rates for essentially institutions that have an endowment, a per student endowment above $750,000. The current excise rate is about 1.4%. It would increase that up to 20% if an institution has a per student endowment rate of $2 million or more per student. So probably it impacts a small subset of highly wealthy institutions, but it's something to watch there. It would also implement a $5,000 tax credit for over 4 years for individual contributions to scholarship granting organizations. So that's a $20 billion program up to $5 billion annually. And then to expand some uses for 529 accounts. So it would allow parents to use 529 accounts to cover curriculum materials and other expenses for K-12 education. And it would expand 529 uses to cover credential or post-secondary credential programs through higher education. And then I want to finish up with some of the education-related spending cuts that we've seen at the administration. So kind of moving from Congress into the administration. Of course, we've seen north of at least an estimated $3 billion in cuts from the Department of Government Efficiency at the U.S. Department of Education. That includes about $881 million in cuts at the federal government's research and data arm, the Institute of Education Sciences. There's been about $600 million in cuts at a number of technical assistance centers that support states and education agencies from the U.S. Department of Education. There's been about $600 million in cuts to competitive grants for educators' effectiveness. And then recently we saw about $1 billion in cuts to mental health grants. Now, with a number of these cuts, particularly the mental health grants and the technical assistance centers, the Department of Education says that it plans to recompete those grants. So those cuts may be temporary, but they have certainly been enacted for the time being. And then, of course, talking about the population of federal workers in Virginia, the Department of Education in March initiated a reduction in force, which eliminated about half of its staff. So the Department of Education in January had about 4,100 staff, and about 2,100 to 2,300 staff were let go during that reduction in force. And then something else to monitor in terms of potential impacts to state education finance are some of the changes that we've seen to the indirect cost rate for a number of different federal grants. So the administration has proposed a 15% cap on indirect costs for federal research grants that come out of the National Institutes of Health, the Department of Energy, and the National Science Foundation. There's also been some level of grant cancellation that's happened through NIH, and overall awards are down. The pace of awards is down compared to comparable years. The Senate Democrats had a report that estimates that it's down by about $3 billion over a comparable period. So again, future caps of costs, there's been some cuts over in federal research as well as just less awards overall. And then finally, this is something directly related to Virginia. As you all are probably well aware, we've spent the last few years talking about many of the education stimulus dollars that were provided to states through a number of the COVID relief packages. Some states, including Virginia, had received a spending extension on those education funds, particularly through the Elementary and Secondary Education Emergency Relief Fund, otherwise known as ESSER. However, in late March of this year, the Department of Education abruptly canceled all those previous approved spending extensions. As I understand it, at least as of March 7th, Virginia had received a statewide spending extension that was about $49 million in ongoing expenses. Over the last month and a half, the Department of Education has put together a new process by which states can resubmit to get reapproved for the spending extensions they were already approved for. And that process has begun to play out, and we're beginning to get some decisions back. There were about 17 states that did sue and win an injunction against the department's new process, but Virginia was not among those states. So they are at least under the department's new approvals process. And the decisions seem to be trickling out from the department, but they do seem to be narrowly approving spending extensions that are only related to directly supporting students in sort of academic contexts. But under the ESSER program, a wide variety of spending was allowed, and that kind of spending was granted a spending extension. So there is a question of whether or not those $49 million in funds that Virginia schools had left to spend will ultimately be reapproved by the department. of education. So something to watch over there. So again, there's a lot of uncertainty and a lot left to go on the federal budget reconciliation process. In the meantime, there are a number of different actions at the administration that have injected a little bit of uncertainty into the kinds of federal programs that support education. So with that, I will take time for questions.
Thank you, Austin. Committee members, do you have any questions of Austin at this time? Senator Locke?
Austin, for the cancellation of grants through NIH, do you have any idea if that was just random or by subject matter?
It's not something I followed quite as closely. I think it seems to be pretty across the board. I think there's some level of some of the announcements and other grant cancellations have sort of been related to some of the president's EOs around certain ideologies that they find objectionable. And so sometimes in the press releases, you will see those executive orders name checked, but then typically, the suite of grants don't necessarily mean that they're related to the content of those grants. And so generally, I think it's been, kind of an across the board cut to the different research programs. I don't think that the cuts have been particularly intentional with regard to what kinds of research funds are cut. But again, I'm not following this probably as closely as I ought to, but that's been my general impression from, what I've heard of those cuts as well as, how I've seen those cuts play out at the Department of Education.
For the Department of Education, do we have any idea what actually is going on with the Department of Education in terms of shifts for various units of the Department of Education, where they are, or I know that, is it intact or have those departments actually shifted?
Yeah. When the details that we have from the reduction in force announcement in March were largely through reporting, but I think the reporting has been fairly validated over time. There were three of the largest reductions of federal staffing. The largest occurred in the Federal Student Aid Office, so they saw a reduction of at least half of their staff. In terms of impacts there, I've engaged with conversations with the Department of Education and senior leadership over there. I think they're still assessing the impacts of those cuts. I haven't heard of any particular widespread challenges in customer service at the Department of Education in lieu of those cuts. But again, I think there's been a little bit slow to sort of follow out. Again, one thing to pay attention to is obviously there were a lot of challenges with the FAFSA program last year. We haven't seen those challenges this year. And so at least with regard to the staffing cuts over there, there hasn't been, widespread reporting of particular challenges, but that may just be something that sort of plays out over time. There were a lot of cuts to folks in the Office of Civil Rights divisions across either in this U.S. Department of Education or some of the satellite offices. So we saw about a 50% reduction in those staff. And so that's been a substantial cut. And so that may implicate the department's capacity to carry out civil rights investigations. In contrast, I would note that a lot of the department's actions have been in opening new civil rights investigations. So to be curious to see how they manage both having a more ambitious civil rights enforcement agenda while also dealing with the typical volume of civil rights complaints that they would get in an annual year. So that would be certainly one to watch. But again, we probably don't have a really great sense of that given how things have transpired over the last couple of months. And then there were a lot of lawyers that were let go at the department across various divisions, and there were a few divisions that were consolidated. And so there's some question of whether or not the department will have the capacity to legally vet a lot of the regulations and guidance that it puts out. And I mean that more in the sense of whether or not the guidance and regulations will come out at a slower pace because the existing lawyers will have their sort of capacity. They'll be over capacity and sort of evaluating whatever the department wants to put out. And so those were at least three of the key divisions that saw some significant staff reductions, but there were reductions across different departments. You did see, for example, there was an office that was stood up during the pandemic called the Office of State and Grantee Relations. That was largely assigned to handle a lot of state requests on those emergency spending programs. That office was fully eliminated. And so there are a couple offices that eliminated or consolidated. Again, I think the department, frankly, is still trying to figure out, what what the key, they know what the key functions are. And I will say that they were pretty clear in their statements about the reduction in force that if the staff were tied to statutory obligations under federal law, that those staff were retained. And so they tended to sort of focus their cuts on staff that they didn't feel were directly tied to carrying out federal law. Now, whether or not those staffing reductions beyond that actually hamper their ability to carry out federal laws, again, something we're monitoring. But those are some of the staffing areas where we saw some reductions and a little bit of sense of, what might play out. But again, I think it's a very fluid situation. Frankly, I think the department's still trying to assess, what their goals are, what their ambitions are, and where their staffing capacity is to carry those out.
Madam Chair.
Senator Serval.
Thank you. I got a couple questions. Thanks for your presentation. I saw that you mentioned briefly the Senate parliamentarian. I thought I read in the paper that Senate Republicans were trying to throw out the parliamentarian so they could add anything they wanted to the bill and basically try and push through any kind of policy they felt like. I thought they were going to have a vote on that this week. Do you know what the status of that is? And beyond that, do you have any idea besides the California Clean Car Rule, what they might try to add to the reconciliation bill to get around the historic restrictions on using reconciliation to affect policy change?
Yeah, I haven't seen that specific reporting for this week. It doesn't mean it is not out there. I just haven't seen it. I know that there's been some discussion around limiting the Senate parliamentarians' role. If I recall from a couple months ago, I believe Majority Leader Thune had sort of he distanced himself from that proposal, because essentially it would be to get rid of the Senate parliamentarian in the reconciliation process would be essentially to get rid of the filibuster in the Senate, because the reason you have the parliamentarian there to rule on the Byrd rule is because the policies that go through reconciliation have to be only of a budget related nature. If they're not, then they require that typical 60 vote threshold. So if they do move in that direction, that would be a pretty consequential move, not only for reconciliation, but for overall how the Senate operates. And so I think there's been a lot of reluctance to do that. That being said, with the parliamentarian, there will still be a number of provisions that may make it to the Senate parliamentarian that would really test the bounds there. And I can say from my experience with a particular provision that went before the Senate parliamentarian that the process truly is that the staff or members will make their case before the parliamentarian in sort of a private hearing, and the parliamentarian will rule off of that. And this isn't necessarily always there. The issues are not always clear cut as to what can and can't make it through. I've had some provisions that I've been following that I was told by staff wouldn't make it through that ultimately did make it through. So there is a little bit of certainly there's a lot of legal thought that goes into these particular rulings, but they are sometimes how well the case could be made. And so there's some, I think, examples that are more clear cut that wouldn't be a part of this, but it's a really question of how much does the policy need to be in place in order for the for Congress to carry out its budget related instructions. And that is it's oftentimes subjective assessment, at least in my experience and opinion.
Madam Chair, follow-up questions. Thanks. I mean, I read last week that there was a letter that Barrasso sent to his caucus on Tuesday, and they're going to have a vote this week on it. And so I'm getting rid of the parliamentarians. So useful to know that. But because I think that could change a lot of things, as you point out. You mentioned the debt limit. My understanding is the current federal government will currently hit the debt limit. I want to say it was in August. And in the past, I remember when they've hit the debt limit, there's games they've played to try to extend spending, even notwithstanding the debt limit's been hit. What is the current date? Number one. Number two, do both bills in both chambers, reconciliation bills, do they both contain a debt limit increase, or is that a point of contention? Because the debt limit is really what's forcing them to act on reconciliation once you include the debt limit in the reconciliation. Otherwise, reconciliation could take place in December. So I'm just curious whether both chambers agree the debt limit ought to be addressed, when that might happen, because all that will affect when all this hits us.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to get a really clear read on that.
Yeah. With the debt limit, it's ultimately Congress's job to figure out how they want to raise the debt limit. I believe the current debt limit's about 36 trillion, and they're proposing raising it to 40 trillion dollars, and the Republican leadership has elected to do that through the reconciliation package. So I believe there's a bicameral commitment within the Republican caucus to raise the debt limit to about $40 trillion through this reconciliation proposal. Of course, you don't have to do it through reconciliation. It can be done through a typical vote, but that would require bipartisan votes to get that done. And I think they are using that as a way to, again, as you mentioned, to move the process along. I believe it was a couple of weeks ago, the Treasury Secretary Bessent sent a letter to Congress that said he would like a bill by mid-July because they had anticipated that the date of potential default would be around, I think his words were actually mid-August. There was not a specific date in there. That being said, I've heard in other sources that date could get moved. The key word there is that the Treasury can implement extraordinary measures to continue to push out that date, and so they may have the ability to do that. I do understand that right now there's some level of tailwinds behind the debt limit because of the recent tax reporting deadline. So there's been an uptick in revenues through taxes at the federal level, and that might give a little bit of cushion to the federal government. So if the tax returns came in pretty strongly this year, maybe there's more of a cash cushion for the Treasury to sort of move out that date. But again, I think as he had stated, it was at least in writing mid-August at this time. And whether or not, I think the intention is to move that through reconciliation, but it's possible that if that date can't be moved back, that either they have to move up the reconciliation timeline or they have to find some other means as Congress to pass and raise the debt ceiling.
Madam Chair, additional question?
Sir.
Thank you. So it sounds like from what you said, they've got an agreement to do that limit, which is going to force action by mid-August.
That's
right.
That is what that
Okay.
is what is being stated by leadership.
So once we get clarity about that they actually taken action, I also read this week that they're not going to allow the CBO or not going to wait for the CBO to score the bill before they vote on it. So they have no idea. They're going to have no idea what they're voting on when they vote it. Once we get clarity about that they voted on something, whatever that is, when are we going to know how much money we're going to get? Because it's not clear to me that they really care. And usually the scoring sort of gives some guidance as to how much money the bill is going to cost and where it's going to go. I'm trying to understand when we're going to have an idea of how much of the crap is rolled down the hill and landed in our lap, whether it's going to be the end of August, September, October. Are we going to have any clue by mid-July because of the scoring? I'm not really clear on when we're going to get the information that we need to make plans.
No, it's a good question. And one of the reasons I raised this notion of the current policy baseline versus the current law baseline is that if they elect to use in past reconciliation packages, they've always used the current law baseline, which assumes that anything you do to extend existing law has scored as an increase in the deficit. If they do move to use the current policy baseline, then at least with regards to the tax cuts, you could essentially score them as having a zero score because it's just extending out something that was already there. And so in that case, you might know sooner than later if they decide to go that route. In terms of the CBO's ability to score things in a rapid way, I will say we've watched over the last week huge proposals drop from the House committees, and the CBO has had those scored within a day or so or 2 days with preliminary estimates, and then they continue to revise those estimates. So actually, I gave you an estimate on the House Ed and Workforce that was $351 billion. They released one yesterday that was actually $349 billion. So CBO has been pretty quick on putting out initial estimates because members of Congress, particularly those fiscal conservatives, really want to see those scores. And so I would note that they've been pretty responsive and they continue to sort of work through the proposals. And so as Congress moves to reconcile these two bills between the chambers, I think they'll have a sense of the universe of policies that are there and probably have that fairly pre-scored. But there will be pressure, I think, within the Republican caucus to not vote on anything until they have that score, because I think that's some pressure that some of your fiscal conservatives on the right are really placing on leadership in that process. So between the scoring rules and then how quickly CBO turns things around, as well as pressure in the caucus, it seems reasonable to think that we'll have a sense of the final score before this is passed. And again, this is all based on sort of instructions that are passed by the committee, and there's some level of needing to adhere to those instructions, and that really contains the process. So I would anticipate that we'd have a pretty good sense of at least the initial scoring before it finally moves on.
And the effects on us, we'll know by,
In terms of for Virginia,
yeah. So we can plan,
yeah, I
change our budget, do what we have to do to deal with it.
Yeah. Oh, in terms of like legislative session, I think in terms of the Medicaid cuts and things like that are much trickier. Depends on the timeline that they enact those changes through. So, for example, there's debate on when the Medicaid work requirements would go into effect, and right now they're in the bill. It says they go into effect 2029. They may move those up a few years. Now you'll kind of know about that in the final bill, but then trying for your own economists and your own finance staff to sort of project out those changes in Virginia with all those effects, may not be as quick. But I do think that there's probably a fair amount of reasonable anticipation that states will be able to do once the Senate puts out their proposal. Then you'll at least kind of have a sense of the range of changes that may be there, and may be able to make some prognostications based off of that. But until the bill passes, anything is up for grabs. And in terms of forecasting the impacts or anticipating the impacts after the bill is passed, I don't know if I have a great answer on that in terms of ability for staff and others to turn around a good timeline and estimates for that.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Serville. Regardless of the timeline, I'm still going to be skeptical of the numbers, no matter what it is. Senator Obenshain.
Madam Chair, thank you. I appreciate Senator Serville's discomfort over the uncertainty that we are facing while we wait for Congress to pass its budget. And I guess we get a little bit of a taste of what local governments and school divisions around Virginia face every year when we delay action on our budget as well. So I hear a lot of reasons for concern, but I also hear a lot of uncertainty that indicates we've just got to wait and see.
Further questions of Austin? Well, I'd like to acknowledge that I saw Senator Boysko come in, so we've had another member of the committee to join this subcommittee on the impacts of federal resources impact on our budget. And so with that, April, I would like for you and to get your staff and begin the staff presentation.
While they get that set up, Madam Chair, I'll try to go through the first page pretty quickly because Senator Serville's questions actually to Austin covered a few of the items on this page. But just as a reminder, we're going to quickly go through sort of what we know about the federal budget. Mike's going to cover some of the federal expenditures in Virginia and at a high level and sort of what that really means to us and where there's the most risk, and then some preliminary information. And then Tyler will talk a bit about taxes, and then I'll just do a summary and a reminder of some of the actions from this past session. But I do want to point out that the Secretary of Finance's presentation in full committee will have some additional details as they're tracking sort of some of the impacts to federal grants and some other things. So again, just as a reminder on page 3. Oops, there we go. Congress did pass a continuing resolution that funds the federal government through September 20th of this year that had been signed into law back on March 15th. It funded most discretionary grant programs at the fiscal year 2024 level and mandatory programs at their fiscal 2025 current law levels. It included some extensions for certain programs such as TANF and community health centers. As mentioned in the previous presentation, no action has been taken currently on the federal debt ceiling. That's at about $36.1 trillion. The U.S. Treasury continues to implement extraordinary measures to not exceed that limit. They do think that X date or when they expect to breach the debt limit is sometime in August, but again, that's a moving target. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mike to cover the next section.
So what I'm going to do real quick is just kind of like talk a little bit about federal expenditures and federal funding and its importance and the state budget and kind of the scope of it. And I think later in the full committee, the Secretary of Finance will share more details about this as well. So essentially, this is a graph that actually I had used last fall at the annual meeting to kind of highlight importance of federal expenditures. This is over a 10-year period. You can see the dramatic increase from about 7 billion to well over 18 billion. And of course, it's even increased further since fiscal year 24. But this is primarily, you can see the dark part of the bottom part of the graph is basically it's Medicaid. And you can see it starts to really climb in fiscal year 19 because that's when Medicaid expansion occurred in Virginia. And has continued. And then, of course, on the heels of expansion was the COVID-19. And then, of course, the federal government had provided COVID relief funds through the Medicaid program, which they oftentimes do to help states during fiscal distress times. But you can see, so this just basically shows you how it's just continued to grow as a substantial part of Virginia's spending. So the next slide is really just showing you for the fiscal year, the current budget, which actually for the current fiscal year, which ends on June 30th. You can see the major fund by source. Essentially, federal funds are roughly a quarter of the operating budget for the year. And you can see the general fund's about 38%, and the rest of it are other non-general funds. And then just kind of like, where is most of the federal funding? You can see by secretariat, nearly 19 billion as in health and human resources, which is over about 81% of the federal funding, and then education and transportation are the other sort of two major areas. And of course, within health and human resources, you can see Medicaid is by far the largest program, nearly $15 billion in federal funds and almost 69% of the total the state receives. And then just this slide is basically just to kind of show you, like by agency, certainly, some agencies have no federal funds, and some agencies have, sort of like, some smaller federal grants, but some of them are, some of the state agencies are very dependent on federal funds. It's a small agency, but the biggest one is the Virginia Board for People with Disabilities. The federal government pretty much supports that small agency fully. It is, like I said, it's small, less than 10 people, but it's about 86% of their funds. You can see the Rehabilitation Center for the Blind and Vision Impaired is also heavily funded, as well as military affairs. DMASH shows up at about 65%, and of course, that's the Medicaid piece. Then a couple of the Veterans Care Centers, and then social services, about half their budget is federal as well. So that just kind of gives you an idea of across different agencies, federal funding impacts are very different. So the next two slides, I'm just going to talk a little bit about what Congress is considering. You've already had sort of a more, higher level update from NCSL about this as well. But I'm just going to talk about Medicaid and SNAP because where most of the funding is going to be is in the health and human resources area. So again, this is not to get but too detailed because of course it's still going through the process. So here for Medicaid, there are many other Medicaid provisions. Here, I was just trying to touch on kind of 5 of them. And certainly there are many others. The biggest one that's most discussed about is the community engagement requirement. And so essentially that's going to be like for able-bodied adults, 80 hours a month. And what I'm trying to do with this table is basically show you, does it impact coverage? Does it impact the state general fund? If the community engagement requirement ends up and it's limited to just the expansion population, pretty much anything that affects just expansion doesn't really have a state fund impact because the hospitals pay the 10% share. To the degree that you expand it beyond that to the base Medicaid program, then you would have some impacts in both the state general fund as well. But in this case, you would likely reduce coverage over time. And then, of course, that could potentially save the state some money, although there would be administrative cost, and depending how onerous it is, would ultimately determine the true cost of what it would take to do that. And as already mentioned, as it currently stands, this provision would not take effect until 2029, but there's clearly discussion in Congress about that date as well. So you can see there's also cost sharing for expansion members. Cost sharing is sort of kind of been whittled away over the years, but this is a proposal for those members above 100% in expansion that essentially they would pay a cost sharing of up to $35 per service, but there's lots of exemptions to those services. That doesn't necessarily impact coverage. It just basically shifts costs. It wouldn't affect the general fund because, again, this is an expansion-only population. It doesn't affect base Medicaid. So what it would really do is just kind of reduce the overall cost that the hospitals pay to support the expansion population. Then there's a provision that retroactive coverage. People don't always know this, but when you apply for Medicaid, your coverage is retroactive to 90 days prior to your application date. So the current version limits that to just 1 month before Medicaid. So oftentimes people show up at the hospital. That's the way that the hospital still gets paid for by Medicaid because the coverage is retroactive prior to the application date. That in itself, of course, would affect base Medicaid, so there would potentially be state savings. The next one, eligibility determination for expansion. Again, this is to change it from 12 months to do it every 6 months. That would likely pick up people who aren't eligible anymore faster, so it could affect coverage over time. Again, it's only affecting expansion, so the degree that all the costs and administrative costs are borne by the hospital share, then there is no just state impact. And there's also a moratorium. There's a new federal rule that was streamlining the application, the entire eligibility determination process for Medicaid that's actually in effect. This would sort of actually delay it and so that it wouldn't take effect to 2035. In theory, that would make it sort of a little bit harder to enroll. And so that's likely to reduce coverage over time and certainly would have a state general fund impact as that coverage is reduced. Like I said, there's many other provisions of Medicaid. There's a lot of, I think the key is where they currently are. There are no per capita caps in the bill at the moment. There is no reduction in the Affordable Care Act, the ACA expansion part. Those are the really significant costs of the state. So as it stands right now, probably the single biggest impact is the community engagement requirement, and that's really more in coverage than it is anything else. A lot of talk about provider taxes, which are used to help finance the state's share of supplemental payments back to providers. There's a moratorium in the bill on provider taxes, so you can't add a new one to a new group or increase the rate. That, for the most part, really wouldn't affect what Virginia is currently doing, but there are other proposals out there as well that could impact that depending on what happens. And then the next slide I'll talk about is Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. So right now, what I would say is in the House bill, this is the provision right now that's going to have the single biggest impact from a general fund perspective. And the reason why is because the way that SNAP works now with the states is the states administer it and they pay half the cost to administer the program, but the benefits themselves are 100% paid for by the federal government. And so the bill is basically imposing a minimum match requirement for states of 5%. And then it's higher if your payment error rate is higher. And of course, if you look at Virginia's payment error rate for 2023, now this would be dependent on however they set this up. If it did take effect, would have put us in the category where there would be a 20% state match. So the maximum is 25% if you have the highest payment error rate. To give you a range of that, the benefits paid out to Virginians in fiscal year 24 was about $1.8 billion. So if you think from a minimum of 5% to a maximum of 25%, it's a range of 90 to 450 million general fund. So certainly you would think that if this provision did go into effect, I think every state would be working to get their error rate as low as possible and investing what they could to get it down because of that potential significant impact. But there would be some general fund impact from that provision. The bill also proposes increase the administrative cost of the program from 50 to 75% for states. So the federal government wants the states to pay even a larger share of the administrative cost. That also would have a state general fund impact. And then largely there are modifications. SNAP already has a work requirement. And so they're proposing to sort of expand the age range of able-bodied adults with dependents that would do it. They also sort of mess with the definition of dependent child. So that would certainly affect the number of people who qualify and families that qualify for SNAP, which would likely reduce coverage over time. And of course, once the state is paying, if it does go into effect to pay for a portion of the SNAP benefit, then of course there would be general fund impacts from changes in coverage as well. So unless there's any questions on those provisions, I'll turn it over to Tyler to talk about some of the tax provisions.
Senator Servo?
Madam Chair, just wanted to make sure I got the bottom lines out of that. So how much money do we get from these Medicaid provider taxes that they're talking about getting rid of? And how much money will the SNAP changes potentially cost us again?
Madam Chair, Senator Servo, so for the Medicaid provider taxes, there's a whole host of supplemental payments, but in this case, what we're really talking about, Virginia has two of them. The primary one is the rate assessment for hospitals. I'd have to double check. I think for fiscal year 25, the payments, there's currently a cap. It's no more than 6% of the revenue of the entire system. That equates to, I forget the exact number, but the payments back to them in this year are well over $4 billion. So with the rate assessments that was implemented back in 2019 with the expansion population, it has grown to be a significant amount of money flowing to Virginia hospitals.
So so you don't have an estimate for a number? Not 6% of 4 billion.
No, it's well, Madam Chair, Senator Servo. So I mean, the 4 billion is the payments that are being made. So as it stands right now, the bill doesn't reduce the provider tax. It just has a moratorium on newer, higher ones. We're already at the max. So unless they change the bill in some way, what we currently do should not dramatically change.
Okay.
Although there are other discussions about changing, sort of the methodology that factors into it.
Okay. And I thought I heard you say that SNAP was a range of what to what?
Yeah. So SNAP, just looking at fiscal year 24, the benefits that were paid out of 1.8 billion, a 5%. So the minimum of 5% that a state would be required to pay is going to be roughly 90 million general fund. And then of course, the maximum you could pay based upon your payment error rate is 25%. If you were that high, then like for Virginia, that would be 450 million general fund per year. That's what I was saying, that right now, the SNAP impact is potentially bigger, at least from a general fund perspective.
Okay,
than the
thanks.
Medicaid.
Senator Deeds and Senator Obenchain.
Madam Chair, Mike, I'm looking at, on page 9, it says, and with respect to SNAP, dependent child is changed to be under the age of 7 and not 18. Does that mean that children over the age of 8 are considered adults not eligible for SNAP anymore? What exactly does that mean?
So actually that provision is really just referencing the work requirement. So it's an increase in the age from 54 to 64 without dependents. On the dependent child thing, what they're doing is redefining dependent child to say that if you have a dependent child now who's basically older than age 7 or older, that essentially you would be subject to the work requirement. Which if you don't meet the work requirement, then you'd become ineligible for SNAP.
So it doesn't mean the 8-year-old has to do the work requirement. It just means that the parent doesn't get credit for staying home with the child and has to do work. Okay.
I mean, there are exceptions to it, like if it's 2 spouses and one of the spouse does have to stay home with the child. But like any of these work requirements, even for SNAP, there are lots of exclusions and other requirements as well.
Okay. Does that make sense?
Senator Obenchain.
My understanding is that the current version of the bill freezes the provider tax, and we're within the limits that are established. Our 6% isn't going to get cut. We're going to be able to keep that 6%. But my question is, I've heard conflicting information about whether the amount collected under that 6% provider tax is also going to be frozen. So in other words, if prices go up, presumably 6% means more money that we'll be collecting. Do you know whether it's the 6% that is going to be capped, or whether it's the amount collected, or is that one of the items that is unresolved?
Madam Chair, Senator Obenchain, I can go back and take a look. It's my understanding that the bill caps the rate.
Okay.
As well as that you can't impose any new ones. So for example, we don't have a nursing home provider tax. We wouldn't be able to impose one of those if we wanted to with that. Where this kind of gets complicated is the fact that there's also a separate regulation that they're looking at that could sort of change the methodology, like the upper limit of which you could pay. That could potentially impact what Virginia, like the maximum amount we could pay out, but that's still in the works as well.
Thank you.
Whew. Thank you, Mike.
Madam Chair, turning to tax policy. So as Austin said, budget reconciliation includes extension of the expiring individual provisions of TCJA, and then it also includes new provisions that we heard about on the campaign trail related to elimination of tax and tips and overtime and then interest deduction on cars. Here in Virginia, we paused rolling conformity for tax year 2025 and tax year 2026. In the budget. However, Virginia will conform to any federal extender, which we've already conformed to. So that means that Virginia would need to evaluate and then conform to any new provisions that ultimately flow into the Virginia return after those final decisions are made with the reconciliation bill. As a reminder, certain provisions just have an indirect impact to Virginia's revenues, such as the extension of the TCJA federal standard deduction, and if they increase it, and then the SALT caps, as that's just a decision between taxpayers deciding to itemize at the federal level versus or take the standard deduction. And then currently it's unclear how new provisions will ultimately flow, so we'll have to wait until throughout the entire process to see the end. And to answer Senator Servel's earlier question, I believe tax would be positioned to estimate those after the final bill is passed. It might not be immediately, obviously. And then below, you'll see the estimated state cost for exempting tips and overtime that was produced for last session. These estimates would be updated based on to account for all the federal actions that take place. I'm now quickly going to turn to the 2025 session. I want to update you on the veto actions. So you'll remember at the reconvene, the unappropriated balance for the budget that was adopted was $47 million. There were $4 million worth of vetoes that were sustained during the reconvene session, and then the governor additionally vetoed $850 million, bringing the unappropriated balance to $905 million. However, the keeper of the rolls determined that 3 of those vetoes were unconstitutional, and 2 of them related to Medicaid funding, which reduces the unappropriated balance to $883 million. Most of this $883 million is mostly one-time resources from the FY25 surplus and also your withdraw from the Revenue Reserve Fund of $1 billion. And just to note, the first year funding included mainly capital projects of about $691 million. I'm going to turn it over to April unless there were questions on tax policy or.
Thank you, Tyler.
All right, Madam Chair, just to wrap up on some of the provisions related to monitoring federal actions, Tyler's already mentioned rolling conformity, so I'm going to skip that. There were actions to extend the increases in the standard deduction, extending earned income tax credit changes in the pass-through entity tax through December 31st of 2026. I'll just remind you, under the Tax Cut Job Act, that the state general fund revenue was positive as taxpayers shifted their behavior previously to claim the federal standard deduction. So that's why that needs to be watched closely. There also had been, and this was actually vetoed, but I'm going to mention it, there had been a process to get revenue estimates from tax related to federal tax amendments and reductions in grant revenue from the Department of Planning and Budget. And it would have required the governor to send a budget bill down if federal tax amendments reduce state general funds by more than $100 million in the current succeeding fiscal year. So that was vetoed, but I did just want to remind you of that. And then just another thing to note as far as the surplus, under item 470, it directs that the surplus after the constitutionally required rainy day fund deposit you would then reserve as follows. $20 million would go for VMSDEP waiver costs, and that would be prior to the more flexible revenue reserve fund and the water quality improvement fund part A deposit. After that, you do those 2 deposits, and then any remaining balance to respond would be set aside to respond to federal actions in either a special session during this year or during the 2026 session. So I did want to remind you about that. And then, Madam Chair, you asked us to, and during your comments earlier, to remind what the immediate relief had been to Virginians, to hardworking Virginians. There's the tax rebate that would be $200 for single filers and $400 for joint filers to be done by around October 15th. That's about at $1 billion. I've mentioned extending those expiring other provisions. There was also a temporary increase in the standard deduction through tax year 25 and 26 for now to 88,750 for single filers and 17,500 for joint filers. Which is 250 increase and a 500 increase. And then the refundable earned income tax credit was increased from 15% to 20% for those same tax years as well. And then one that was permanent, the thresholds for estimated tax payments, it increased that liability threshold from $150 to $1,000. And Madam Chair, as I finish up, I did just want to reiterate and remind the public that written comments can be received through tomorrow via the link on the subcommittee's agenda. And I'll pause for questions, but that completes our presentation.
Committee have any questions of April and staff? Senator Searle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. April, I'm not sure if this is a full committee question or a subcommittee question, but it's based on what you just presented. So given the governor vetoed $900 million of money, which presumably will be there, assuming the economy doesn't go completely off the cliff in the next 11 months, 12 months. Because there's going to be that extra $900 million, constitutionally, does a chunk of that end up flowing to the rainy day fund because it'll be sitting there, or is it going to be still available to appropriate?
No.
I don't think so.
It's the unappropriated balance isn't part of the surplus.
Okay.
So, the secretary could also comment when he does his presentation.
Okay. Thanks.
Any further questions of April and staff? Seeing none, this concludes the subcommittee meeting. The full committee will start at 11:30, so the subcommittee is now adjourned.
Recording stopped.
Did we just leave everything right here?
You can leave everything here. We'll reset it. You can go out if you want.
The Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, C-311. Did you know live Senate video is now available at youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. Senate Committee Room, C-311. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, C-311. Did you know live Senate video is now available at youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. Senate Committee Room, C-311. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, C-311. Did you know live Senate video is now available at youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. Senate Committee Room, C-311. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, C 311. Did you know live Senate video is now available at youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. Senate Committee Room, C 311. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, C 311. Did you know live Senate video is now available at youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia? Senate Committee Room, C 311. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, C-311. Did you know live Senate video is now available at youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. Senate Committee Room, C-311. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, C-311. Did you know live Senate video is now available at youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. Senate Committee Room, C-311. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia.
Appropriations Committee to order.
Recording in progress.
And since it's still morning, good morning. I want to thank everyone that has joined us here today for our full committee meeting. And I want to again thank President Kress and her team for hosting us here at the Northern Virginia Community College campus in Alexandria. I mentioned in our earlier subcommittee meeting, but I want to advise you that the president and her team have provided us with information about their Nova Next program. It is an innovative program that helps workers transition their skills to new jobs, and this includes displaced federal workers and contractors. The program includes free classes and career-related workshops. The information about this program has been included in your folders. As I said before, this is a program that we will be watching, and we want to thank you, President Kress, for providing us with this information and also for hosting the committee this morning and again this afternoon. Turning now to our agenda, first up this afternoon, early afternoon morning, we have Steve Cummings, the Secretary of Finance, who will brief us on the April revenue report and other updates, including how they're tracking the loss of federal jobs by state agencies and his thoughts on impacts related to recent federal actions that might impact Virginia's revenues. The Secretary's presentation will be followed by an update from the Tax Department by Deputy Commissioner Kristen Collins. And when we conclude with our overviews and status updates with the Trees Transformation Officer, Rob Ward will also join us. So with that said, I will now turn it over to Secretary Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Pleasure to be here with you today. And that is exactly what I'm going to cover: revenues, federal job exposure, and then federal grant tracking that we're doing to bring you up to date. So I know you all have received this in advance, and it's not advancing. Okay, there we go. So let's begin with the big picture. We had a good month, as you've seen. Revenues remain on track to meet or exceed the fiscal year 2025 forecast. This includes a projected revenue surplus of $2.1 billion, as you all recall, over and above the Common Ground budget from the 2024 special session. So far, year to date, general fund revenues are $1.49 billion, or 6.3% ahead of last year, and $211 million, or 0.8% ahead of the forecast. April, which is a very important month in our annual cycle, was a strong month, coming in with $322 million above last year's number and exceeded the monthly forecast by $126 million. Looking across the major revenue sources, we're seeing healthy receipts. Net individual income and sales tax collections are both tracking quite close to our forecast. But within income tax, there's some deviations. Elevated refunds from the increased standard deduction above and beyond our forecast. However, this month's non-withholding provided a significant positive variance that more than offset those misses. Payroll withholding, which is the largest contributor to our general fund, is up 6.3% over last year. However, as you've seen, we did miss forecast on that, and I'll be talking about the timing issue that drove that miss later in this report. Sales and corporate income taxes both came in ahead of forecast in April. So with that in mind, we have now a cushion for the last 2 months of this fiscal year, whereby we can decline 4.7% over the last 2 months of last year and still meet our forecast. So we are quite confident that we are going to be fine. On the economic side of things, even after the most recent GDP reading, which Professor McNabb spoke about earlier, we continue to see good signs of resilience in Virginia. Job growth remains steady at the national level and here in Virginia. And after a couple of months of modest decline in Virginia, we had a rise in employment of about 6,000 jobs. Retail sales remain positive, and inflation is continuing on its downward trajectory, mostly due to energy and housing coming down. All this does reinforce our confidence in being able to meet the FY 2025 target. Moving on to GDP, and I'll go quickly here because it was covered quite well, as you would expect from Professor McNabb. In the first quarter of this year, GDP dropped from 2.4% annualized to a negative of 0.3%. Obviously a notable shift. But again, echoing his comments, you can see in the chart on the right how we unpack GDP and the different elements of what goes into GDP. You can see that consumption, which is the largest component of GDP, saw modest growth. Investment, which was driven by inventory buildup, also increased quite a bit. But the biggest movement in overall GDP came from where that consumption and investment came from, which was in imports, which jumped dramatically, growing at 9% as an annualized rate. and it consequently net exports grew by 30%. This wasn't random. It appears that consumers and companies pulled forward purchases to get ahead of tariffs, which drove the rise in imports, and that should work itself out over time. As a result of that, dollars that might have been otherwise gone to domestically produced products were directed towards imports and does not reflect any change in demand. U.S. payrolls, you can see in April, continue to show steady growth. Total non-farm payroll employment rose by 177,000 jobs, exceeding expectations. That's a very strong increase versus the average monthly gain of 152,000 we've seen over the course of the past year. The sectors driving this growth were education and health services with 70,000 jobs, trade, transportation, utilities, 32,000, and leisure and hospitality, which gained 24,000. Manufacturing and other services were down, not by much, and the government added 10,000 jobs overall, mostly in state and local, because federal jobs did decline nationally by 9,000. Unemployment rate held steady at 4.2%, the same as March. So overall, we're still seeing a pretty strong labor market. For Virginia, in March, we added 5,900 non-farm jobs statewide, a 1.1% increase year over year. Leading the growth was construction, 7,200 jobs, education and health services, 2,200 jobs. On the downside, we saw professional and business services fall by 4,400 and government employment decline by 2,400. Most of that came from a 4,100 job drop at the federal level. So overall, March brought some welcome gains after 2 months of modest decline. And we will be, as we will show you, very closely monitoring trends within this area, particularly around federal jobs. Some good news also is that U.S. new housing starts returned to positive, which is the first positive month since last August. And at the same time, which is not in here, is that in April, the number of homes for sale jumped by 19% year over year, with median prices rising to 470,000. And this indicates a resilience in the housing market with still a situation with excess demand versus the supply. In fact, in preparing for the year-end budget process, we did a roundtable with a number of one-on-one calls with Gaker members, one of whom is a real estate agent, owns a real estate firm here in Northern Virginia. And he commented, yes, there's more product on the market, but in fact, the demand still is there, that people are anxious to step in and find a new home. Retail trade also shows steady strength. Retail sales grew by 1.1% over March, and on a year-over-year basis was up over 5%. Some of that we also do attribute to the pull forward on imports that caused people to come into the market to beat potential price increases. Also, really good news here on the inflation front. You can see that inflation continues to tick down. The blue line is the line that the Fed tends to watch, core PCE on the left-hand side, and then PCE all items, which are at 2.6 and 2.3%, another tick down. I will say in the professor's presentation, he showed expectations of inflation, which showed a inflation rate, I think, of 7.4% or 7.5%. If you go to the consensus forecast of economists, the current expectation for inflation in 2025 and 2026 is something on the order of 3%. Turning to revenues, you can see here a substantial year-over-year growth in April. Revenues up $322 million or 8.8%. Year-to-date growth to just under 1.5 billion or 6.3%. Payroll withholding grew by 62 million, 4.5%. And non-withholding was a very positive surprise, up 22% at 389 million. This is a very big month for non-withholding with final payments and current estimated payments as well. Refunds continue to exceed last year, driven by a higher than average refund size, given the standard deduction increase. And then sales and use taxes grew by 4.2%. Versus forecast, again, you can see here that April exceeded expectations by 126 million, bringing year-to-date overperformance to 0.8%, or 211 million. Looking at individual sources, non-withholding, as I said, exceeded forecast significantly, exceeded by forecast by 410 million. That really is attributable to a strong market, but also is attributable to a conservative forecast, as we've consistently done in this category, knowing the risk. Withholding came up well below expectations, missing forecast by 170 million, or 10.6%. I'm going to talk again about that in a few minutes. That shows that there was a delay, given the timing of the final day of the month is a big collection day. And I'll go into a little bit more detail on that in just a second. And I've already talked about refunds and why they are exceeding expectations, which we expect will continue. Here are the numbers on the last point, which is showing us our cushion that we still can decline over the next 2 months, 4.7% year over year, and still meet our forecast. Regarding the withholding variance, the timing issue, basically what happened is that April 30th, the last day of April, was on a Wednesday. And what happens is those payments come in and they're processed, and then they are reported on the next day. So on May 1st, numbers actually are counted in April. So the forecast assumed a certain amount for the last day deposit as a Thursday, which is a very big day in every week. And it came in well below that expectation by about 180 million. And the team looking at that tracked what happened in the first few days of May. And it appears that that money did show up a day or two late in coming in. So we believe we'll see that coming through in May results, assuming nothing else changes in May based upon our expectations. And that actually this is understated the outperformance of what happened in April. Non-withholding, again, this forecast was created back in Q3 of 2024. Forecast meaning what we expected the stock market to do. And that was a very conservative forecast, where it actually was expected to be slightly down. Tax year closed out with a market that was up 24% year over year, and actually has continued to perform. I haven't checked as of yesterday, but the stock market, the S&P and NASDAQ are at within 3% and 5% respectively of their all-time highs. So that's contributed to some very strong performance in non-withholding. This next page then just emphasizes that, and it shows that whether it's estimated payments or final payments, they've been stronger this year versus last year. So it's an across the board indicative of just a strong revenues coming through that important source. This is the chart that we've been running for some time. The black line is variance to forecast. You can track some of the bigger contributors here, but the bottom line is, while things do move around a bit across the forecast, we're actually very close to the original forecast throughout the year. So the job well done by our forecasting team. And again, we feel very good about where we'll end up the year. So in conclusion, revenue collections are on track to meet our forecast, which anticipates the revenue surplus of 2.1 billion. Through April, 1.5 billion ahead, 6.3% versus last year, 211 ahead, or 0.8% of our forecast. U.S. labor market remains steady nationally, and Virginia had a nice bounce back in the month of April. Consumers remain strong. I think everybody's been watching that very closely. I think another stat that we hear all the time is consumer sentiment has clearly been quite negative, and now 3 consecutive months of declines with the University of Michigan consumer sentiment tracker. But you actually see that retail sales continue to be up year over year, and housing starts and home purchases are also rising. So there's a disconnect between some of the survey data and actual consumer behavior. April revenues performed quite well, 8.8% over the year. And we have great confidence again over what we will see for the rest of the year. Despite all that and all the great things that we see in our current data, we acknowledge that there is still a lot of uncertainty, a lot of balls that remain up in the air that cast doubt on what may happen or increase the risk about what may happen in 2026. Hence the budget outcome of the governor's final actions on the budget. Looking ahead, we move back into regular play. So for May, we have the big deadline. It's already passed for individual returns on May 1st. Bear in mind that for certain taxpayers in areas that were impacted by the storms, they've been given a deferral until November 3rd. That's factored into our analysis. It's not a big number, so we don't expect that will have any impact on our expectations. Looking at June, we have individual corporate insurance estimated payments are due. Interest income is a big month where we redistribute the earnings for the quarter to all the agencies. So you'll see a negative number there, but don't expect it to be off forecast. August 14th, we then have our Joint Money Committee presentation on year-end results. Then we go into the normal planning process. JABE starting in October, GACR coming together in November, and December 17th, the governor will present his proposed budget for the next biennium. So, Madam Chair, I'm going to pause here after the revenue and willing to take any questions you might have.
Members of the committee, any questions? Senator Serval?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Secretary, thanks for the presentation. I appreciate the rosiness in it, but I had a sort of a different view of things. I was just curious about your thoughts about two things. One was, I know you in your presentation, you indicated that retail sales are strong or something like that. When the tariffs hit, I read some stories in the paper about how if you need to buy some new electronics, hurry up and buy them before the tariffs hit. So I went out and bought this new laptop and this new phone right here. Spent about $4,000 on electronics. And I also saw, and of course, the next day, the president announced he was not tariffing those things.
Could have held that money.
Yeah, tell me about it. But I've also read there was a big push in people buying cars, trying to beat the tariffs. And so I'm just curious how much of this activity you've seen in the last 60 days is people actually trying to avoid the coming tariffs as opposed to what I would call sort of normal baseline sort of increased retail activity. That was my first question.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair, Senator Serval. We've openly spoken about that. There definitely was some pull forward. You can see it in the GDP number that as imports rose, so that's in there. But every indication that you see, and I think if you read the reporting from the Fed, they will continue to say that the U.S. consumer continues to hang in there, and they do not see that weakness showing up. So we're watching it very closely. That's going to be a very important indicator.
Madam Chair, second question.
Senator Serval?
Thank you. So I also saw you had, I know housing is one of the variables that often people look at as a leading indicator. And I think it was about 2 weeks ago, I read that in Northern Virginia, active listings are up 63% over where they were a year ago. And on a statewide basis, active listings are up 29.7%, meaning that a lot more people are putting their homes in the market and a lot few people are buying them. And I was just curious, I guess, what the administration's view is on that as to whether it's something we should be worried about. I know that at least those of us up here in Northern Virginia, I expect in Hampton Roads, where we have significant numbers of people getting doged and federal government contractors pulling back and people losing their jobs, that there's a concern that we're going to start to see it in the housing statistics, which I didn't see reflected in your presentation, but it seems to me like the NVAR and the Virginia Realtors have been putting out stuff suggesting that inventory is growing like crazy. So I'm just curious what your view is on that.
Yeah, well, we probably should look at all of our data together. First of all, new housing starts, really important. People deciding they're going to build a new home. That's a very strong indicator that that's up for the first time in 8 or 9 months. Actually, in April, the number of homes for sale in Virginia is up 19%, not the number that you cited. That's very current data. And median prices continue to rise. So yes, there's increased inventory. The market's been dying for inventory. And what we were told by the member of Gaker, who's from Northern Virginia, was that houses are still being bought up. There is enormous demand still for housing. So we're not seeing that go south yet. The real estate market is not indicating that it has real problems. Not in denial at all that with layoffs that are in the pipeline or likely to happen will have an impact, but it's already starting to show up as people, as was described in another article I was reading, that people have held out to sell their homes for some time because of giving up low rates, but life events now are causing more stuff to come on the marketplace. Many life events, including job security. So we're watching that extremely closely.
All right, thanks.
Senator Obenshain?
Madam Chair, thanks. Just follow up on Senator Serville's question about the potential for job losses as a result of some of the actions in DC. Have you all taken a look at what our job outlook looks like on the horizon and what skills are needed for those jobs and how well equipped we are to fill those, and how that is gonna, looks like it's gonna offset or impact one another?
Yep. Thank you, Senator. Yes, we looked at this in great detail, and I actually put together a way that I try to simplify for us to think about how we would size the impact. The first part of the answer is we don't know yet. We read a lot of things, we hear a lot of things, we know cuts are being made, but we don't know the order of magnitude and where they are. So if I can just give you a quick walkthrough. So, and I'm going to hit some of this in a minute, but I just want to summarize because I feel like once people have some of these numbers in their mind, they can do their own kind of sense of, well, if it's this kind of reduction, it means that. So there's 320,000 civilian employees residing in Virginia, civilian federal employees. If you include active military, which is another 120 or 130,000, it means that it's 450,000 total federal employees in Virginia. Taxes tracks that, and you can see for all federal employees, including military, that represents 13% of our total withholding. Okay, important number. 30% of that is military, so the civilian employees is about 9%. We estimate that the withholding receipts for that group is about $150 million per month, which would translate into $1.8 billion for FY 2024. So that's the total withholding for civilian federal employees in FY 2024. Contractors, you've heard different numbers. Again, when we go into this in more detail, we are tracking withholding for all federal employees as well as federal contractors. And that we think is approximately 200,000 federal contractor employees in Virginia. And if you do the same math, that represents about $1 billion. So the total of federal exposure we have between federal employees and contractors would be 420,000, which is 520,000. It's the 320 plus the 200 for contractors, which is 11% of total non-military workforce in Virginia, which is 4.6 million. And that's 2.8 billion of total withholding revenues for that group. So the way I simplify is every 5% of job losses amongst that group is about 26,000 FTEs across the two groups and about $140 million for a full year. Now, yesterday we talked about this. I was asked by Delegate Rasool, yeah, but what about the multiplier effect? And I said, we haven't done that. We don't have in-plan. We don't do that kind of calculation. However, what we do is working with our revenue team, we've been running scenarios. Okay, what if this happens? What does that do to sales tax revenue? What does it do to all the other components, corporate taxes? And through that scenario, we haven't come up with an official new forecast, but we came up with a range which is what led to the $900 million that the governor put aside as unappropriated balances to protect against a 3% decline in revenues. And that this kind of calculation of numbers helps set the stage. Now, we can talk, is 5% federal workforce reduction in Virginia the likely outcome, or is it 10%? I think we've done a big case study on sequestration. And for those of you who were watching this stuff back then, and you do a lot of analysis of all what people were saying, what they expected, it was very dire. I think the end outcome was not what was in the headlines. And we're not saying, trying to at all mute what could happen here, but we think that this needs to be kept in proper context. Mitigants to this exposure, we have a 3.2% unemployment rate. We are among the 10 lowest states in the country. Our open jobs per unemployed is 0.5 to 0.6, almost 2 to 1 in Virginia versus 1 to 1 for the US. We are in the top 10 in that statistic as well. We've got a pipeline of economic development commitments of $100 billion and 70,000 jobs that are coming to Virginia, new jobs, high-paying jobs. They will diversify the economy, and the pipeline is as full as ever, actually being supplemented by a lot of the reshoring activity that we're all hearing about. So there may be, likely there will be dislocations in the near term, but Virginia is in a terrific place to be able to absorb that. And I'll come back to the job openings versus federal job capabilities in a few minutes. I'm going to touch that in just a second. Sorry for that long answer, but that kind of wraps up a lot of what I'm going to talk about now. So with respect to what we're doing as an administration to track things, we have a cross-secretariat task force looking at this extremely closely. We're watching, as you can imagine, payroll withholding revenues that could be impacted as the government right sizes. Virginia Tax is monitoring weekly withholding for all federal agencies and the top 100 federal contractors. So we have set up a weekly reporting system that shows what those collections are. I'm going to show you that in a minute. That's the best test of what's really happening on the front line. We're monitoring, along with VEC, the unemployment activities that they were collaborating on how we report that. And remember, they're reporting on those who work in Virginia, which is 190,000 versus 320, which is the people who actually are federal employees that live in Virginia. Next page here is actually just in an attempt to make sure people understand the 190 and the 320. This is a what our basis is, working with the revenue team and tax team that confirms what we think are the right numbers. And again, if you take that and you add in active duty military, that you get to the 450 total on top of that 320. Federal agencies are 5.8% of the NOVA workforce, federal employees, and they're 4.6% of Virginia overall. These are the federal agencies with the highest levels of employment in rank order in Virginia. We have met with all three rating agencies since the budget came out, and this is clearly one of the things they highlight of, while we got to watch this very closely and what happens in the decisions in Washington that will affect us, but we have an inherent tighter employee force given the nature of the agencies that reside, which would tend to guide where the majority of our people would actually be living as well. And then top federal contract recipients, again in order, we're tracking the top 100 in order to get the data on withholding. And here's the data. Yesterday, people thought I was trying to be too optimistic about things, and I'm not. I'm just saying this is the actual data. This on the left-hand side is cumulative federal agency withholding by week. You can see it's actually up this year. Again, we will wait to see what happens in 2026. And some of this could be pay raises that were already implemented in 24. It could be severance packages that people have received as they've been exited. But the reality is nothing is showing up as of this point in time that would cause concern. Similarly, on the federal contractor withholding. Bear in mind, those companies, many of them, federal contracting work is a portion of their business. We can't break that out, but we're going to watch the aggregate number just to see what actually lands in our revenue stream as it starts to come in over the course of FY 2026. Unemployment claims, as you've heard reported by Brian, Secretary Slater, they are up, as you all know, up 14% year over year, and but still below the longer term weekly average. But they've been consistent. The chart on the left shows you they've been consistently running ahead of FY 2024. Now about jobs. I know this has gone around. I've heard the challenges. Okay, you're saying that we've got all these job openings, 288 or 28,000, sorry, 228,000 open jobs in Virginia. And people saying, yeah, but you know, a lot of these jobs are not representative of what federal employees do. So this is a chart, actually it came out of VEDP, VOE, and it's focused on Northern Virginia only. And I know that is the primary focus. We could get this for all of Virginia as well. This is the top 10 open positions on the left-hand side in Northern Virginia by skill. And then where they are blue, they are also a top 10 federal skill that has been now, it's going to be coming into the workforce, and some percentage of them. And what this shows you is, we're not trying to suggest that don't worry, we got more than enough jobs to take care of everybody, but we have those categories that are also federal positions are higher paying jobs for, commenting back on what was presented earlier today. So there is good opportunity for people to find a comparable job here, use their skill set, maybe to retool a bit. And what's being done through Virginia Works to make sure that they're aware of this in many different job fairs, other things they're doing online to reach out to people to connect them to jobs. And I'll tell you anecdotally also, the state government, we have a lot of open positions. We've had a heck of a time filling, and we are seeing a real change in that, and actually quite a few federal employees who are posting for jobs with the Commonwealth. This is just a repeat of a chart you've seen before, looking at where we stand with our past revenues and our forecast adjustments and the surplus. And whoops, this you're all quite familiar with. And what this is showing on that last column is the amounts that were pulled back into the budget for FY 2026 out of that balance. And everyone understands it's not on here is the $900 million of unappropriated balances that would be not added to this, but would be a separate account providing for a ample cushion. So as I said, we've had meetings with the Moody's, S&P, and Fitch. We had a update pre-budget finalization with Moody's because they had to affirm our rating for an issuance. And they are quite pleased with, as you can imagine, with what's been going on in Virginia for the last several years, and in particular, the prudent forecasting that's taken place and the actions at the end of this year. This report from them in April came before the budget was done, and their comment at the bottom was the Commonwealth could easily absorb a 3% decline in general revenue through expenditure cuts and the use of reserves. So that's not how we got to our 3%, but it is coincidental that we have in the bank now that 3% prepared for an initial potential risk to our budget going into FY 2026. And then we've talked about, we compare ourselves to generally states to the south throughout the administration. We've been asked several times about Maryland, so we watch Maryland and DC these days. And I think all of you probably are aware that Maryland is really in a financial stress. They were AAA for 30 years until they were downgraded in April to a AA1. So they are struggling. I've read the comments from Governor Moore. The reality is that he was inaugurated in January 2023. Maryland was put on negative watch after raising run rate spending was put on negative watch in July of 2024. And they've been through cost cutting and raising taxes and fees since that time. And now with the additional threat of what's going on in DC, they were downgraded and lost their AAA after holding that for 30 years. So now only 13 states that have AAA. This is, as I said, we do not have official reforecast. We put the economics and revenue team through the ringer with many, many different scenarios and concluded that a good place to land was a 3% unappropriated balance as a first risk fund, to the extent that we do have challenges as we go into FY 2026. So on federal funds, and this was actually, Mike Tweedy covered this as well. Federal funds are about 1/4 of our total budget between general fund, non-general, non-federal, as we call it, and then non-general federal. And you can see about 21.6 billion is a part of the 92.8 billion FY 2025 operating appropriations for Virginia agencies. 95% of that, as was said earlier, are 3 secretariats, and the employment, 8.4% of our state payroll comes out of federal funds. We are doing intense federal grant tracking across the administration on a real-time basis. And the whole team is on top of this, making sure we're aware of every time a notice comes out, and then making sure we're on top of what might change, and frankly, having conversations about what the new announcement says, and confirming really what the intent is. And frankly, we've had some success in being able to help people understand it probably was not, in certain cases, what is the intended target for reducing grants. And you can see that on this chart here. And actually, we have an update just as of today, which took all of the natural and historic resources grants off the table. They've been turned back on. This is not an unusual event. So that 515 now is down to 460, 460 roughly, and 26 grants. You see on the chart to the right that we've had grants paused in the total cumulative amount of 2.4 billion, and we're now back on things that remain paused. Some of those may never come back. Some may be still in discussion, of $460 million out of total federal spending of 21 billion. I want to emphasize, because again, the question I had yesterday is, we are in early stages here. We've still got to get through the work they are continuing to do on cost reduction, the federal budget deliberations, and then what's going to happen in trade negotiations that will ultimately define all these balls that are up in the air, where they are going to start to land, and then we really go to work. And I think that's been, consistently what everyone is saying is, we don't know enough now to tell you what the answer is going to be, but we are closing it very, very, very carefully. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take questions.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretary Clemens. Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question. It's my understanding, I've read several articles that with regards to job vacancies, that many companies are keeping job announcements or recruiting announcements out on a permanent basis, even though there are no jobs available. They're in a constant search for talent. And so they kind of load up the different search engines, if you will, with jobs that don't really exist. Are you able to track that at all to see how much of an impact that has on our numbers?
Yeah, I've read that too. I've never seen anybody who's been able to track that it's a pipeline that is full of false positives. I look at this as where we stand versus other states, and because everybody uses the same methodology to get the JOLTS data. So on a relative basis, we are, again, amongst the top 10 in terms of the data that would indicate we have a surplus of jobs. And I think we things that aren't listed, but the things that might be dupes and how those are filtered out. I've not seen that.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Secretary.
Questions,
Madam Chair,
other members?
Madam Chair.
Senator Hashmi?
Thank you,
Okay.
Madam Chair. Just a question with regard to slide 32, with the coordinated federal grant tracking that we are doing in Virginia. As you indicate in the slide, we are actually not tracking higher education grants because they're independent of the executive branch. But I think we all know that there's been significant impact on research grants that are affecting all of our institutions, principally our R1 institutions, effects that are going to be catastrophic in the kind of research that our institutions are able to engage in. Additionally, loss of talent as individuals, researchers, our top talent is being laid off and will likely leave us and go elsewhere. Is there no way to identify what that impact is already and forecast what that impact will be in the next several years for us here in Virginia?
Yes, thank you for the question, Madam Chair. I agree with you. We know that there have been devastating cuts to that world. The R1 institutions are, for the most part, tier 3 institutions. And as you know, they are not compelled to share information with us, and some share more than others. We drew a conclusion at the beginning of this that we would wait to hear from them if they felt like they needed some support with this. And we are also kicking off the 6-year planning process as we speak with all higher ed institutions. And this is exactly what we would expect will be a major part of that conversation as they are updating their strategic plans. So by certainly going into budget time for this next cycle, we will have the outcome of what has happened and how they are suggesting that they might treat that.
Madam Chair, just as a one final question as a follow-up, and thank you. On that same slide, you indicate that grants have been paused to review compliance with various federal executive orders, as well as to ensure alignment with administration priorities. Now, it seems to me that compliance is really linked to some rather arbitrary concerns issued by the Trump administration, in any way challenging that compliance piece. In so many ways, it is not linked directly to the outcomes or the goals or the intentionality on which the grants were first issued, but rather on some arbitrary decisions that the Trump administration has issued around concerns around equity, concerns, inclusion, and so forth. So is the Youngkin administration going to challenge in any way the ways in which the determination of compliance is being carried out on these grants?
Yep. Thank you for the question. We are first, as they come out, we are first understanding what they're doing and what the intent is and how it ties into other executive orders that have come out. So we understand the basis for this. I think you can see from this chart, there's a lot of conversation going on. I'm not part of those conversations, but there is effective challenge and there have been modifications to what the final outcome is as a result of those conversations.
Madam Chair.
I saw Senator Evans' hand first and then Senator Boysko.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A question. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Secretary. I'm concerned, even if Virginia was as okay as you think we might be, what we're going to do for communities in Northern Virginia and Hampton Roads that are uniquely impacted. 1 in 5 Arlington residents are federal employees. 2 million square feet of office space is rented to federal contractors. Since January, $5.2 billion in federal contracts have been terminated to Arlington businesses alone. And the Northern Virginia Chamber of Commerce did a survey of businesses, not consumers, and 59% were expecting a business decline. 18% of these Northern Virginia businesses were planning layoffs. 63% cite an uncertainty caused by federal cuts as the top reason for concern. So what can we do to help Hampton Roads and Northern Virginia communities that might feel even more of the brunt than the state at large?
Yep. Thank you.
Good question.
Madam Chair, thank you for the question. First, we need to see what actually happens. Obviously, we know it is coming. The extent to which it's coming, we're not certain of yet. And this is an all hands on deck moment. And I think you've seen the work that's been done out of Virginia Works to start to mobilize and help people to connect with new jobs, the job fairs, training to help people who can cross skill levels to get into new jobs. As you know, I'm a lifetime product of the private sector. And I will say that every 5 to 10 years, we go through an event like that. And it is tough. It's dislocation to families. I've got 6 children and spouses, and I've got several who have in the last crisis and this real estate crisis who are out of jobs. And it's gut wrenching. I know that, but we've got to now just help people identify where they can best use their skills and support them as they figure out what their next step is.
And if I could follow up just for a moment.
Senator Evans.
Just a comment. I'm also concerned about what I guess is the brain drain. You know, there's so many talented public servants at the federal level who are highly trained and contributing, not just to the federal government, but to our communities. And a lot of them are going to leave Arlington, Alexandria, Hampton Roads and move to Austin or Silicon Valley or wherever else they see, or North Carolina, and see other opportunities. And I hope that you would encourage the governor to encourage the president to stop dismantling the federal government to the detriment of the American people as much as you can.
Pass that on. Thank you.
Other questions of Secretary Cummings? Senator Boysko.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I sat in for some of the meeting earlier where they're discussing the federal grants and the reduction specifically around health and human services. One of the questions that I have is that we have many employees who support our health and human services programs here in the Commonwealth, our health home care workers, the aides, the other folks who are really going to be disenfranchised also, as well as the individuals who are going to be impacted because they're no longer going to receive those services. So do we have a plan put in place for how we're going to address the workers who are going to be impacted by these health and human services reductions, our transportation, I know that we're not getting as much funding from our transportation from the federal government. Those are concerns for me because those are the people who work in my community, and we depend on them as well. But it appears that there's not a plan for them either, and I'm wondering what we're doing. And I have a second question after you've answered this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Again, I think the most immediate reaction is let's quickly connect as many as we can to other opportunities. I would say in the area of healthcare, there is a lot of need for people to enter into the private sector. That's one I would think there's a ample opportunity here. And once we understand the full magnitude of what has taken place, I think that's the discussion that starts in the next 6 months of what, if anything, would be the response from the Commonwealth. And I think that our process that we're going to be going through with normal budgeting process, we will have the opportunity to be discussing that and see what's appropriate.
I thank you for that answer. I would just, before I ask my second, thank you, Madam Chair. I would just point out the fact that many of the health and human services jobs are not for profit, and it would be very difficult to create a sustainable business model that adequately pays a living wage for those individuals outside of the government's supplementing those programs. The second piece that I wanted to ask about, because you did give us a forecast related to federal workers, and it appears that so far so good, that's not been an enormous drop in employment. My understanding from what I've read in the news is that most of those workers are planned to be paid through September. So we're not seeing that result. I've also understood that there are discussions around things like their retirement plans and others being upended, which also for our constituents who are federal workers, it raises a lot of concern and wondering how we're gonna have some assurance for their future after they have worked and invested and now just basically teetering on the edge. And that is something that I'm hearing from my constituents on a daily basis. Hundreds and hundreds of people who live in my community are just sitting on the edges of their seats, hoping that they're going to be okay.
Senator Cummings. Secretary Cummings.
Yes, Madam Chair. Yes, I can't comment on some of the risks people may be perceiving of to their longer term benefits. I'm not as tuned into that. We know there is a pipeline of people who have decided to leave in the original Fork in the Road program, which offered that early retirement package through September, getting paid through September. And that apparently is a pretty big number. We know something's gonna show up then. And also there typically are some severance benefits they get. So this data is great, but we know the pipeline is building by watching what's going on in VEC, unemployment claims. So we're certainly aware of what lies ahead. And I just can only say we just need to be prepared to help out as much as we can to help them find their new opportunities and help people move forward in their lives. I go back and say it, and I know that's not immediate relief. We have a lot of jobs that are coming to Virginia. Announcement today here in Northern Virginia of Iridium coming and bringing another 115, 120 jobs. Those are high quality, high paying jobs. And at the end of the day, will help us continue to diversify the economy. We've had such an incredible pipeline of new job creation. And it, as I said before, and it has grown recently with a lot of the trends in the global economy.
I see three lights, Senator Eben.
I'm sorry.
Senator
I didn't
Searle
mean to,
and Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a couple of questions. So, Secretary, one of the presentations we heard back during session on the General Government Subcommittee of the Senate Finance Committee was a presentation from DHRM. Ms. Lawson, the director, she indicated that the current vacancy rate in state employment is about 22%, which is about double the historic average. Pretty much the entire Young administration, it's been double the average. And I don't know whether that's because of sort of internal directions about not hiring people or whether it's just the increased churn we've seen in the labor market. But it would strike me that given that we tend to budget, assuming full state employment, and not that 1/5 of our workers wouldn't be at the job and getting paid. My first question is, how much of the surplus, so-called surplus that we see is attributable to the fact that 1/5 of our state employment positions are vacant? If the historic average we assume is 10%, you guys are running 22%, it would strike me that a fifth of $40 billion, which is our general fund, and most of it's personnel, could be pretty close to about the $2 billion surplus. So I'm trying to understand how much of our surplus is real versus how much of it's just jobs being vacant. Because either people are being told not to hire people, or because there's just a lot more people moving around in the employment market. Either way, it's not clear to me we really have a surplus. I'm just curious if you could address that.
Yeah, well, thank you, Madam Chair. I can't confirm the data you just cited, and I will go back and look at that, and I'll come back to you to
Happy to
confirm
share it with you.
what it actually is. And I will tell you 100%, there has never been any instruction to not fill open positions in this administration. Flat out. That's just, if anybody thinks that, we've not had a hiring freeze in any single day since we've been here. I will tell you that up until the last few months, it's been incredibly difficult to hire new state employees. It's the pay bands, it's the competition, it's our unemployment rate, it's new people coming to town. It's been horrendous. And in particular in areas where we need the talent most. And IT and finance, we've talked to you about it. You've actually given us additional positions here recently to fill out some of our most critical technology spots. And we are now having much better success in filling the jobs. So there is no cook in the books there. Yes, we've had some excess open positions, which does go into unspent appropriations, but it goes beyond that.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I have another question.
Senator Several, you have further question, and then Senator Hashmi.
Okay, and I'm happy to share the presentations that were given to us during session. And I also was given a spreadsheet showing the agency by agency vacancy rates, and it obviously varies by agency, but, and I would just submit that I think the Cannabis Control Authority probably would differ about the instructions not to hire people. But in any event, the other point I wanted to ask you about was, the presentation you gave was, I thought, pretty optimistic. I would say that it's inconsistent with what those of us who live up here feel every day. Just yesterday, I had a constituent posting on Nextdoor that they had been doged by I think the Army as a civilian, and were looking for a job and wondered if anybody could find them a software engineer's job in Northern Virginia. And I'm happy to share his post. Maybe the administration can help find him a job if there's one out there. But I guess my broader question is, if everything's so positive, everything's on track, everything's wonderful, why did the governor feel the need to line item veto $900 million out of our budget to create a reserve fund? Some people think he was a little sore about not getting the VMI building he wanted, that was the real reason. But given all this positive news and his actions like a week or two ago, it's just not really clear to me why he felt it was necessary to take that budget action.
Madam Chair, thank you. I don't understand how you tell me that I'm being optimistic. I've reported 100% facts. This is data. It is 100% confirmed data of what is actually going on. I have, every time I've talked about that, I've said, if we're not saying this is where it's going to be, we know something is coming. We don't know what that is. There's several variables, many variables that are still up in the air. And because of that uncertainty to our budget for FY 2026, we felt the need to put this a buffer into the budget. In April, the governor proposed a budget with $300 million of a buffer, which was summarily rejected. As we got further into this, the risks felt like they were growing. And so that was the end result, using the veto process to get to $900 million.
All right, thanks.
Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just another question. I was struck on page or slide 20. I was struck by the statement that revenues may potentially be impacted in the near term as the federal government right sizes. And I'm just curious about what that actually means. Do we have objective data on what it would mean and what it will take for the federal government to right size? It's followed up, that statement's followed up with a statement that we have about 320,000 Virginian civilian residents who are employed by the federal government. And so when do we know when the federal government has right-sized, and how many of our Virginians are going to be impacted when we go actually do achieve right-sizing of the federal government?
Madam Chair, thank you for the question. We don't have any knowledge of a specific target. So we're reacting as you are and what we read. We're trying to get behind what we read from different sources into what actually is going on and what actually is sticking. But we do not have any, at least finance does not have any indication of what the ultimate target is. And that's why these balls that are still up in the air, that's one of the big ones. The reality is that federal employment, that's painful, especially for places like Virginia, because we house a lot of federal workers. But at the end of the day, it's going to take a combined impact on the Virginia economy showing up in different revenue sources, not just federal employee withholding. So things around what is going on around trade, for example, and the next budget are going to be very important variables that we will learn as we go into the budget planning process for this December proposed budget.
Thank you, Secretary Cummings. Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Partial answer to Senator Serval's question around the 22% vacancy rate. My understanding from some state employees is that, we used to survive these downturns with state employees because people wanted to stay in for the defined benefit retirement package. And that as you switch to a 401k, it gives employees a great deal more flexibility to work into the private sector where salaries may be higher. They used to resist that before because they would give up that defined benefit retirement system. So that is another factor I understand that is playing into our huge vacancy numbers. Thank you.
And when the labor market was as tight as it has been since the COVID rebound, state comp structure and benefits could not compete.
Secretary Cummings, we're going to allow you to go on and complete your remarks so that we can get to our next speaker before everybody starts to bail out on us.
My remarks are complete.
Thank
you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And so now, thank you, Secretary Cummings. I appreciate that very much. Okay, so now we will hear from the Deputy Commissioner from the Department of Tax, Kristen Collins.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good to see you today. I was asked to speak on, excuse me, I'm shorter than he was. I was asked to speak on 3 different topics today. The first is an update on our core system replacement, the system. The second is kind of expanding a little bit on what Tyler and April were talking about regarding tax conformity and the federal changes that are coming down the pike. And then the third is talking a little bit about how individuals who work in DC, Maryland, and Virginia are taxed if they're commuting between states. And I am having difficulty making this work for me. You all have the handouts, right? So I'll just continue without moving the slides forward electronically. So the first slide number 3, is just kind of a brief overview, thank you, of what is. Our Integrated Revenue Management System is what stands for. And this is our department's core tax processing system. We use it to process tax payments of approximately $30 billion general fund a year, which is about 95% of the state's general fund. So very important to our agency, but also very important to the Commonwealth to make sure that we get those payments processed. I'm not going to go through all the details of the slide, but essentially we have a lot of key stakeholders, including the General Assembly, taxpayers, other agencies, tax professionals, and tax software preparers. The next slide, this is just kind of visual explaining what is facilitated by the core processing system. So we have a number of other systems that feed into this system, but essentially the system enables tax processing and accounting, collections and compliance, audit selection, refund fraud prevention, customer relationship management when taxpayers call in with concerns. We have a locality online portal, and we currently have a portal for individuals and one for businesses. We do not currently have one for tax practitioners like the IRS does, but ideally that would be a component of the new system. So we've been on a long journey to replace the system since about 2017. We've been doing a number of analyses, working with a number of contractors to determine, do we want to build a new system? Do we want to buy something commercial off the shelf? It was determined during one of these analyses that we would do a COTS commercial off the shelf product like many other states have. In 2023, we requested funding to develop and issue an RFP. We worked with an outside contractor to develop the RFP and review the proposals that we received during 2024. And then during the 2025 session, the introduced budget bill included $131 million of funding for our agency to complete this project over a 5-year period. So thank you to all of you for retaining that in the budget bill, and it was included in the final bill that was signed. So moving forward, we are currently in the final stages of the RFP process. I can't talk a lot about the specific vendor until we issue the intent to award. They should be issued by or in June of this year. The goal all along has been to start the project July 1st. We're still on plan to do that. We'll have the contract signed before July 1st and begin implementing. This will be basically a 4.5 year process. So each September, the vendor will start implementing a different tax type. So we'll do it by tax type. That's generally what the vendor has done in other states when they've implemented this type of system. So each September, starting in September of 2026, we will roll out a new phase. So we'll start with sales and use tax and withholding. Those are generally the taxes that are implemented first because of the filing frequency and the sophistication of the taxpayers. Phase 2 will be the corporate income tax, bank franchise tax, insurance premiums, license tax, all the big business taxes that are filed on an annual basis. Phase 3 will be the biggest one. That will be the individual income tax, and also PTET, any pass-through entity taxes. And then the final phase will be everything else, all the miscellaneous taxes that are left. And this is just kind of visual showing that. Makes it a little bit easier to understand. So once we start the contract, we will start developing the detailed business requirements for the sales and use tax and withholding taxes, and then those will become available to taxpayers to start filing in September of 2026. As part of the budget bill, we're required to report annually to the General Assembly, so we intend on doing that starting this year. There's also a work group that was established as part of the 2024 Appropriation Act. So we met last summer with the work group, includes staff from Senate Finance and House Appropriations, among others. And so we will keep that work group informed going forward to make sure any concerns are addressed. But thank you to all of you for your support in this. I know I presented to the General Government Subcommittee in January as we were starting session about the details of why we needed to replace the system, the importance to the Commonwealth. So just thank you for all your support. Any questions on that before I move to the next topic? Seeing none. Thank you. So moving on, the next topic is related to some of what Tyler and April were talking about during the special subcommittee meeting before this one, related to Virginia's conformity to federal income tax law. So Virginia, like the majority of states, we conform to the federal definitions of income. And that's kind of using the starting point. For individuals, it's adjusted gross income. For corporations, it's federal taxable income. And that makes it easier for the states to administer taxes. We can rely on IRS data to ensure compliance, the compliance data from the IRS. We can also have clearer definitions in state law, and then any Virginia-specific deductions or credits we can administer on top of that. So there are two main types of conformity that states have adopted, and it's about 50-50 split between the states. One is called rolling conformity, and one is called fixed date conformity. So rolling conformity is where the state automatically adopts any changes to federal income tax law as Congress adopts them. So if Congress enacts a bill in July, the state would begin adopting that definition or that change into the state law starting in July. So the benefits are there's no state legislation required to conform. It's automatic. It provides certainty to taxpayers and to tax practitioners. And then there are no delays in terms of filing season. There's already certainty going into filing season as to what those changes would be. The cons are there's less control for the legislature and the administration to have over state revenues because the General Assembly, for example, if they disagreed with something that passed in July, would need to adopt legislation to deconform from anything that was disagreed with versus the starting point being current law and then adopting any changes that Congress enacts. Fixed state conformity, on the other hand, is where the state conforms to federal law as of a specified date. So state legislation is required to conform. For example, in Virginia, and on the next slide, I'll go through the timeline a little bit more, but in Virginia, we had fixed state conformity for about 20 years. And essentially every session, we would have legislation to advance the date of conformity from December 31st of the prior year to December 31st of the next year. So basically any changes Congress had adopted during that prior year would be adopted in Virginia, unless there's something specific that the General Assembly did not want to conform to. So state legislation was required each year. It gave, the benefit is it gave the General Assembly more control over state revenues and tax policy. The cons are there was a little less certainty for taxpayers, and there were some years where the General Assembly, if they could not come to an agreement on the specific changes, when the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act initially was enacted as a great example in 2017 and during the 2018 session, if they can't come to agreement, there might be delays in opening filing season and/or if the General Assembly passes anything after filing season is open, then taxpayers would need to either wait to file their returns or file amended returns. So this is a timeline of conformity in Virginia. So starting in 1971, which is essentially when Virginia adopted the current tax structure that we have, Virginia adopted rolling conformity. And we had that until about 2002, so about 30 years. And in 2002, Virginia temporarily froze rolling conformity, where they adopted a fixed date, froze it as of a date. And then the following year, Virginia actually permanently adopted fixed date conformity. And that was done mostly because of budget concerns at the time and some of the federal tax law changes that were coming down. In 2023, Virginia returned to rolling conformity, but it was what I call hybrid rolling conformity. So most states have one or the other. They have fixed date or they have rolling conformity. In 2023, the General Assembly adopted rolling conformity with revenue triggers. So if any provision exceeded $15 million or in aggregate, if all the provisions enacted in a single act or throughout the year exceeded $75 million at the point one of the triggers was hit, Virginia would no longer have rolling conformity and would revert essentially to fixed date conformity. During the 2025 session, the General Assembly put essentially a pause on that structure, on the hybrid rolling conformity structure, temporarily for 2 years, for 2025 and 2026, with the exception of extenders. So in Virginia, if there's a provision that's set forth in the law but has a sunset date, Virginia, our revenue forecast essentially assumes that that provision will be extended. So because it's already built into the budget and into the forecast, the way it's set up as part of the 2025 change, we will continue to conform to those changes automatically. So if a particular provision, a deduction or whatnot, an itemized deduction is probably the best example. In the current budget reconciliation bill, if there were changes to an itemized deduction, we would automatically adopt extension of those changes. This is kind of what I just talked through, but this shows a little bit more about the triggers, so the $15 million and the $75 million triggers. And I kind of talked about all this already, but the main point here, I guess, on this slide is the last bullet. So when the General Assembly adopted hybrid rolling conformity back in 2023, there was a reporting requirement for our agency November 15th of every year. That is retained in the law, so we will have to continue reporting to the General Assembly through the Secretary of Finance's office the estimated impact of any federal changes. And then if Congress passes anything between November 15th and the first day of the regular session, we would provide an update by the first day of session to the General Assembly. We can also provide this information in advance. It's just the formal reporting mechanism. And we did these examples before the budget reconciliation. Bill text was available, but as a very simple example of kind of how it worked under the law between 2023 and the 2025 session. If the federal government were to pass legislation with an expected revenue impact of less than $15 million, so they passed a bill that had a few provisions that didn't cost a whole lot of money, Virginia would automatically conform to those. We wouldn't need to adopt legislation versus under the new policy, Virginia would not automatically conform. So if there was an impact of, say, less than 15 million, but it was more than $0, we would need legislation to get that passed. With the current budget reconciliation bill, we're still analyzing it. Obviously, it's still in the works, but it will likely exceed the $15 million and likely also the $75 million trigger. So the treatment would be the same under either approach with the current bill under consideration. So any questions about that before I move forward to the last topic? Great. Okay. So the last topic, and I think this was hit in some of the earlier, maybe the earlier meetings with the special subcommittee, perhaps the first meeting, about how workers are generally taxed. So first the general rule, and then I'll get into more specifics about Maryland, DC, and Virginia, because some special rules come into play there. So as a general rule, individuals pay taxes to the state where they work. So if you live in one state and work in another, generally you're required to file a non-resident return in the state where you work. And then you claim a credit on the tax return in the state where you live, equal to the amount of tax you paid in the other state. So you're not double taxed. And in most cases, employers are required to withhold and remit taxes to the state where the work is performed, not where the individual lives. And I think I covered, and there's some exceptions to this rule, sorry. California, Arizona, and Oregon have special rules. So for example, California grants a credit to the non-residents rather than residents, call that reverse reciprocity. So some special rules come into play there, but as a general rule, this is kind of how it works. So the special rule that applies in Maryland, DC, also we have agreements with Kentucky, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia. So essentially most of the closer states to Virginia, we have what we call reciprocity with those states. So with every state listed here except for DC, it's through agreement. We have a written agreement with the other states. Most of these were adopted in the early 80s, with some updates being made to the agreements. With DC, it's by operation of law under the Home Rule Act and some provisions there as to how DC is permitted to tax non-residents. But essentially, under all these agreements and this reciprocity, Virginia residents commuting to these states are generally taxed by Virginia. And then residents of those other states, so Maryland, DC, that commute into Virginia for work, they're generally taxed by their home states. There's some more details in the agreements that vary, but at a very high level, it applies to wages and salary. So for example, if you live in Northern Virginia and you commute to Maryland, you're paying taxes to Virginia, not to Maryland, which is different than the general rule. And then when it gets to the employers, the withholding rules, there's reciprocity with the withholding rules as well. So the general rule on the right side here in the green, employers are generally required to withhold and send payments to the state where the employee works. And the employees must file a tax return in both their home state and the state where they're employed. Like I said before, they would generally claim a credit on the return in their state of residency. The special rule in regards to DC and Maryland and the other 3 states is employers are required to withhold and send payments to the employee's home state, and the employees are generally only required to file a tax return in their home state. I mean, we have a form in Virginia, Form Virginia 4, where employees can provide that to their employer to let them know that they're exempted from Virginia withholding if they're commuting from Maryland, DC, or one of the other impacted states. So it's a little different than unemployment insurance. My understanding is unemployment insurance is based on the state where the employee works. When it comes to Maryland, DC, and Virginia, it's essentially based on where the employee lives, not where they work. So that's kind of a high level summary, and that's all I had unless there are any additional questions.
Any questions? You're doing a great job.
Great, thank you. Have a great afternoon.
Okay, now we're going to move to Robert Ward, who is the Chief Transformation Officer. We're going to receive a presentation from you now.
All right here. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. Let's see if I can. Excellent. Okay, I am Robert Ward, the Chief Transformation Officer, and I'm here today to give you an update on some of the work of the Transformation Office. I believe everyone has a fair understanding of what the group does, but just a short reminder here on slide 2 that we are really working across agencies to help improve efficacy and efficiency and really the Virginians' experience. Most of our work across agencies is generated by the agencies with requests for challenges or certain problems that they may want to have some assistance and support in solving. And then there are some other activities that we'll talk about that are directed from the administration. Today, I'll review a couple of case studies that are interesting and talk about some of the other transformation initiatives that are ongoing and wrap up with what we include in our quarterly report relative to budget. The first topic I would cover is a case study here on the Office of Recovery and Rebuilding. And this is an office that the governor, I'm sorry, let me move my slides. I'll keep up with my own pace here. This is an office that the governor created late last year after the storms in Southwest Virginia with Hurricane Helene. And the idea behind this is really to bring support to those communities in a number of ways. If you think about the life cycle of an emergency or a disaster, we have an initial response phase where we really focus on life safety, and that's where our wonderful first responders and folks at VDEM and others are responding to take care of people. Maybe that's in the first 7 days. Then there's a phase that we would refer to as sort of incident stabilization, which is, restoring power and some of the debris removal and food and water and some of the other things that are important for communities. And again, that's going to be VDEM with some support from FEMA and a number of first responder and local organizations as well. Beyond that, however, we get into short-term recovery and then long-term recovery. And here's where there's a potential opportunity for improvement. Typically FEMA is involved early if they in fact approve a disaster declaration and are bringing some resources to those communities along with philanthropic groups, local communities, and again, our first responders. However, when we get into the short-term recovery, and more importantly, when we get into long-term recovery, things become a little bit more complicated. So there are certain funds from FEMA that are available. However, what we've very quickly recognized is, there's probably at least 8 other agencies at the federal level that have available funding for these communities. But the ability to deploy that funding is fairly complicated and can be challenging, quite frankly. If you understand further that each of these agencies have multiple streams of funding, across eight agencies, there could be as many as 25 different funding streams that could be available and could provide some relief to these communities, both in the short-term period and, more importantly, in the long-term rebuilding period. However, the ability to access those funds is challenging, and those agencies are not well coordinated amongst themselves. In fact, in some cases, if a community were to seek funding from one of these sources, it could deobligate them from another source if it was not handled properly. So what our team has done, working very closely with the communities, with VDEM, and with DHCD, as well as these federal agencies, is look at ways to sort of improve this process for the benefit of these communities. And so, for example, HUD, which obviously works at the federal level and works very closely at the state level with DHCD, on community block grants, offered the Commonwealth of Virginia in January a $46 million block grant fund for disaster recovery. Now, following the HUD rules and processes to the letter of the law, that would have been a 12 or 14-month process to obligate those funds and to get them on the ground in these communities where they're needed. So working with our team and, again, DHCD and the communities, and as importantly, working with the federal leaders at HUD, we sat down and said, could we have a work session? Could we look at this through the lens of improving some process here? The Commonwealth of Virginia and DHCD have been deploying block grants for 30 years. They have not missed a beat. They've done everything in compliance. They have the funding protocols. They have the audit protocols. Everything's in place. And so instead of sort of recreating something strictly for this one fund, we asked if some of those former tools that had been successful and proven could be utilized. And so the short summary on that particular fund is that by running a number of these things on a concurrent path, doing public notice on a current path, engagement with HUD, engagement with the communities, that 14-month period has now been compressed to about 92 days. And so as of this week, or actually about a week ago, Virginia had their grant fund application completely signed and completely approved, and those funds can now be deployed to these communities, almost a year, probably a year faster than they would have under normal circumstances had we not sort of pulled these groups together and looked at a more efficient path. And so we hope to take that model and those levels of efficiency, across a number of other agencies here, and working again with DHCD as appropriate, or whatever federal agency. Keep in mind, HUD, EPA, SBA, Department of Transportation, USDA, EDA, all of them have funding, and in many cases historically, those funds have never actually reached some of our communities in Virginia that might be in need. So our goal here is to really work, kind of rolling our sleeves up to try to find a way to get this money to these communities, not just for repair and rebuilding, but for rebuilding from a standpoint of resiliency and mitigation. For example, if you have a water line that's in a creek and it's constantly washing out every time there's a storm or a disaster, perhaps rebuilding that means moving it. And so that's something that's happening in Washington County as we speak, based on some of these discussions. So plenty of interesting work there to be done. You can see on slide 5, these are a combination of federal funding sources that we're currently addressing, as well as state resources. So, the multiple funds that I mentioned are strictly federal, but of course, DHCD is working very closely with the new Disaster Assistance Fund, and thank you for that. I can tell you that the citizens in Southwest Virginia are very grateful for what has been approved by you, and as it relates to that Disaster Assistance Fund, it is perhaps the only fund of the available funds that has the ability to deploy to individuals. The majority of these other federal funds go to communities, nonprofits, and different, counties and towns rather than individuals. And so that Disaster Assistance Fund is going to be well received. One further point on this, the tools that we're putting together are strategies that we hope going forward can be applied to any community in the Commonwealth of Virginia that would have a disaster. You know, if you look at this recovery process, as complicated as it may be, through the lens of a small town in anywhere in Virginia, and I can cite, you know, several that we're working with right now where the town manager is an hourly employee and doesn't have a full team of folks to write grants. We're actually trying to bring some resources to them to help them write these grants and to help them seek this funding. And that response and support has been very well received. And we're hopeful in the next 60 to 90 days to have some great announcements to talk about in terms of deploying capital that might not have otherwise reached these communities. Madam Chair, I'll stop there for a second to see if there's any questions relative to the
Any
discussion.
questions of the speaker? Seeing none.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
The next case study is something that you may be familiar with, and that's the Partnership for Petersburg and the overall partnerships. One thing that's changed since the last time I addressed this body was the merging, for lack of a better term, of the partnerships team and our Chief Deputy Garrison Coward into the Transformation Office. And so he and his team are doing a wonderful job with the partnerships, but also working on these transformation opportunities with us as well. As you can see, they continue to address more than 50 in-progress initiatives, and the performance over the last couple of years continues to be very, very strong. A couple of highlights here, obviously, the number of visitors that have been served by the Virginia Community Resource Center. The Advancing Main Street program has been very successful. They've launched this Gooder mobile grocery store because in Petersburg, we have a bit of a food desert, as you might be aware. But as importantly, the team has secured in partnership with a developer an actual grocery store that's going to be coming there, a group called Grants that'll be soon breaking ground on a new grocery store in Petersburg. They're hosting job fairs and doing a number of other activities to help residents in that region, and then obviously working on a number of economic development related activities, including the support of the reopening of the Hotel Petersburg after it being closed for 54 years. Moving on to a few other examples of some of the work that the Transformation Office is working on. We're supporting Chev in the development of the tool for high school students in sort of navigating their post-education plans and pathways. It's an interesting program that they're working through to give a high school student a sense of how their capabilities and behavioral traits might apply to a wide range of roles and careers, in addition to what might be a good path for them on an education standpoint for higher education. We're also supporting DCR on a state parks revenue assignment or study is probably a better term. Folks at DCR approached us and said, you know, we have a wonderful, 43 state parks, 127,000 acres across the Commonwealth of Virginia, and some amazing assets. At the same time, we think we could maximize them in a slightly different way, or optimize them may be the proper term, to improve the experience for our visitors, and in some cases, optimizing revenue. It's certainly not about creating a profit-making entity by any stretch of the imagination, but in many cases, park visitors don't have the opportunity to find a place for a soft drink or water and some things like that that would be needed. The programs that they have around cabins, if you look at Clater Lake, for example, they have some wonderful cabins. It's an amazing benefit to the citizens here for a low-cost vacation option. And in fact, they could probably use a few more of those. So they're looking at optimizing those. A little coordination around event planning. Weddings and a lot of events that want to be held in some of these state parks could be organized and managed in a better way. So there's an ongoing study. We'll see what those proposals are yielded from that, but that's something that we're supporting DCR on. A few other things, and I apologize. Thank you for keeping up with the slides with me, Mike. The IT Program Management Center of Excellence, I think this should not be new information. This is still an ongoing process and program here to support VITA in creating a centralized expertise here for future projects. Certainly, we have numerous agencies in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and each of them will go through various stages and needs as it relates to IT projects and transformation. In some agencies, that may be something that occurs once every 5 years, every 10 years, and so they don't necessarily have a fully trained and ready staff to make that type of change. And when that happens, it can be expensive. It can be there can be time impacts, and so the idea of forming a centralized resource here within VITA with that expertise to allow for that support of agencies, we think can be something that's going to be very, very helpful to these agencies going forward, and ideally save costs and time as agencies go through transformation with their IT assets. think you're familiar with the Virginia Employment Commission and all the work that Secretary Slater and his team have done there. And we've supported that in a number of functions. Obviously, some interesting highlights there, and they continue to see some very, very good responses there. I know initial claims have moved online from 20% to 80%, and the backlog has been reduced significantly. So continued great work there, and certainly Secretary Slater and his team are to be credited for that great work. On slide 9 here, it's just a highlight of a few of the completed or transitioned projects that we have. And in each case, once the transformation office is engaged, we don't own these projects. We're supporting these agencies and these projects, and with the goal of helping them create the tools and execute on whatever their mission may be, and then turning it over to them to allow them to continue with that. And that's really what you see in the first column here. I've covered most of the ongoing ones here, perhaps with the exception of the Reclaiming Childhood was a support of Executive Order 43 to empower parents to protect their children from addictive social media and some of the impacts there. I mentioned the SHEV Higher Education Dashboard and the State Parks Revenue Optimization as well. There's a few continued projects that are under review. One I would highlight is the Department of Labor and Industry app, the DOLE app. What we're seeing is that Department of Education has an interesting software and app program, and we think that same platform could be shared as a best practice with DOLE to potentially look at state vehicle utilization, perhaps making some decisions around whether the state should own so many vehicles or perhaps rent them, a better tracking of utilization of those assets, availability of those assets, and more transparency around that data. So that and the indirect cost study, there was some discussion earlier about grants and things that are on hold. And while that's not something the Transformation Office is engaged in, we have supported the the Secretary of Education in looking at the negotiated indirect cost rate component of those grants and looking for opportunities to create efficiencies around overhead with grants in order to maximize the dollars available for their intended purpose of research and minimize any unnecessary overhead elements that might be there in line with what might be coming down the line as it relates to grant funding. And then the final page is, of course, our quarterly report on funding, which covers everything to date. I will note, and I will apologize for an error. On slide 8, the remaining funding of $585,000 is correct. There was a formula error, and we caught it a little bit too late, so I do apologize for that on slide 10. The math certainly adds up, and the number on slide 8 is the correct number. Madam Chair, that's the highlights. I would be happy to take any questions about any of them.
Thank you, Rob. And yes, there are questions. We'll start with Senator Deeds.
I'm looking at, and I apologize for going back, but at chart 5, it looks like FEMA played an absolutely critical role in getting the creeper trail back up and running. FEMA played a critical role.
They will play a role, actually not a critical role, sir. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Senator Deeds, maybe if you could repeat the question, I didn't quite hear.
I'm trying to understand. It looks to me like FEMA has played a critical role in providing funds for the creeper trail.
Madam Chair, Senator Deeds, that's not actually true. The funds for the creeper trail do not come through FEMA. The funds for the creeper trail come from the U.S. Department of Agriculture via the disaster supplemental, which was part of the continuing resolution in December. So that funding is now sitting with the U.S. Forest Service under agriculture, and they're working on deploying that.
So when I'm looking down on items 8 and 9, that's not creeper trail funding, but that's other funding.
Correct. Yes, sir. Senator Deeds.
Well, my question, Mr. Ward, is this. The president has suggested that emergency management would be better handled by states. Has the Transformation Office considered what we do to replace FEMA funding, FEMA activity in disaster relief?
Right. Madam Chair, Senator Deeds, the Transformation Office is looking at that, and in fact, we'll attend a meeting this afternoon with FEMA for that discussion. The direction that we've received from the administration as it relates to FEMA is not that there's an expectation to eliminate FEMA or eliminate a federal role, but it may be to provide funding to the states from the federal government to execute on some of these programs. It's certainly not something that would occur overnight. And actually, today is the first day of a number of meetings to begin those discussions. I do think there's an opportunity there, Senator. I think that our ability and the resources we have within the Commonwealth of Virginia and a number of other states across the Southeast with whom we've had this discussion could probably, more than probably, could respond more quickly and get the relief that our citizens need in a much more efficient fashion than FEMA is able to do. That said, I'll be very clear, we did have a very good response from FEMA. I know in the media, there have been times when they have not been seen so favorably. I can say our response from them has been good, and we've had a good relationship with them. However, from a very objective view, I think there's an opportunity to improve that for our citizens.
There may be an opportunity to improve response time, but we can't replace the funding from the federal government from FEMA, can we?
Madam Chair, Senator Deeds, you're correct, and that would not be the expectation for us to replace that funding.
Further questions of Mr. Ward? Senator Evans, Senator Locke, and who's at the end? Senator McPike.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Ward, and your work. I appreciate it. And it's more of a suggestion, and I appreciate what the Transformation Office is doing, assisting the governor with some pressing needs in Petersburg and trying to make government more efficient in a lot of areas in the Commonwealth. But I wanted to suggest, as the governor gets ready to wind down his term, a pressing need on the horizon is we see high vacancy rates for commercial and office space in a lot of localities, particularly here in Northern Virginia, where it drives the economy. And anything that you can do to help us get more bang for our buck and working with localities to make up for the loss of some of the jobs and the federal contracts that are going to be lost, and also the displaced federal workers would be appreciated. And happy to talk to you offline about that as well.
Madam Chair, Senator Evans, thank you for that comment. I would be happy to engage with you on that. It is something that we're looking at. I can tell you that working with VEDP, there's a number of discussions with each of the localities and their respective economic development agencies. There's a good understanding of that footprint of vacancy. I do think there are some opportunities there to better position some of those assets for both private and other public sector requirements. GSA, interestingly, is opening up a number of requirements and potentially in Virginia, and we want to make sure we're connecting those dots in a very, very good way for those communities. I think there's also an opportunity to communicate with the localities in connecting some of these opportunities and understanding that some of these assets are in special servicing and have other challenges. And so there may be some interesting things that can be done on that front. So I appreciate the suggestion. I very much like it and would be happy to engage with you separately and have some discussions there.
And just to follow, Madam Chair, thank you for that. And I think there's definitely a role for our state government to play in working as a convener and a catalyst in that area, whether it's with the Northern Virginia Regional Commission, our governments, or VEDP, and all of the above. Thank you.
Senator Locke.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Ward, for your presentation. My question has to do with the Partnership for Petersburg. Could you tell us how much has been invested to date in this partnership, and what would a transformation of Petersburg look like in order for that city to be held up as a model of transformation for the return on investment?
Madam Chair, Senator Locke, that's an excellent question. I may have to come back to you on the exact data for dollars invested to date. I can tell you that the Hotel Petersburg was a $4.4 million investment, a total of $23 million that went into that. Some of these others investments have come through community groups and other partnerships, but allow me to come back to you with a specific number so I can give you an accurate answer on that and perhaps a little bit more detail around what success looks like here. I do believe that the work that Chief Deputy Coward and his team have done to date, and I'm become engaged with that as they've joined our team, is excellent. And there's weekly meetings. There's a lot of engagement there. The community has been very, very receptive. But to your point, your question, both the number and sort of the very sort of clarity around what success looks like is a fair question. So allow me to come back to you with some more clarity around that.
Thank you, Ms.
Can I send that a light next to you, Senator Hashmi? Following Senator Pike.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ward, for the presentation. It was very helpful. Looking through the presentation, I didn't see anything on the DMV, Department of Motor Vehicles Facility. I believe last fall you had presented to us that there was a study underway. And have you arrived at any conclusions around that study?
Madam Chair, Senator McPike, apologies, I couldn't quite hear your question, sir.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I apologize. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ward. The question is around, last fall you'd give us a presentation around the DMV facility study that you were performing, and was curious as to whether you'd reached any conclusions as to its utilization. I think there's also a component of DVS as well as the headquarters, and I didn't see that in today's presentation, and hoping you can provide some insights.
Madam Chair, Senator McPike, I believe that project was listed as a potential or something that we were reviewing. The Transformation Office did review it and engage in some discussions with the Department of Motor Vehicles and their leadership. The outcome of that was that they elected to soldier forward with that study. So the Transformation Office did not engage in that. My understanding is that they have completed a study and are debating sort of a plan between renovation and then maybe an alternative use of that asset, but we are not directly engaged in that. I believe it's working with them and DGS.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd love to see some of the studies or findings associated with sort of the investment, and I'd appreciate a follow-up. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Ward, for the presentation. It seems like we're making some good progress on addressing critical needs kind of along the spectrum of Virginians' life span. One area that seems to be missing, however, is support for our aging populations, and especially as Virginia is seeing an increase and a rise in aging communities. I know as I talk to constituents, that is such a critical area of concern. And now that we are seeing federal funding being rolled back for such important services such as nutrition programs for our aging communities, Medicare support for nursing homes and other facilities, I think it would be good if we also include then as a potential project some kind of a vehicle that we can continue to integrate all of the resources we have at the state level, create dashboards to help families navigate the aging process, and be able to address the critical areas that we're going to see coming because of loss of federal funding. Has there been any discussion? I'm just curious if there's been any discussion on kind of closing the loop from infancy to aging for Virginians.
Madam Chair, Senator Hashmi, there have not been discussions around that, but it's a very important point and well taken, one that actually hits home with me as well on a personal level. So allow me to come back to you. I think it's a very good idea. You're correct. The Transformation Office in partnership with a number of different agencies have looked at everything from birth through adulthood and how we can support the experience for Virginians. And so there perhaps is an opportunity around the sort of later in life, the way we live and some of those things. So, and dashboards and things like that could be helpful. Certainly what we did early on to support the veterans with the Veterans Network and connecting that dashboard so people have a single location to look for benefits and things of that nature. I would think that would be a very, I wouldn't say nothing's easy, but a reasonable, reasonably analogous move to do something like that in that space. So I'd be happy to reconnect with you and have that conversation.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, any other questions?
There appear to be no further questions. So with that, I just want us to conclude the meeting. But before we do, I want to again thank President Kress for hosting us. We really appreciate you and all your staff has done to accommodate us. I want to thank our marvelous Finance Committee meeting. Finance Committee led by April Keys. And I want to thank my colleagues because they asked so many questions, it leaves nothing for me to ask. So that concludes the meeting. The next committee meeting will be in Richmond on June 18th at 9:30 a.m. Also, staff will be in touch soon with a newsletter and a survey as a part of their efforts toward continuous improvement. So if there's no further business, the committee will rise. No, we are adjourned. Thanks.
Recording stopped.
The Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia.